Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age, and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Pro Open right now in the gate on the 105 coming out of Mays Landing, New Jersey. We have Victor Bem on the National 99 coming out of Baltimore, Maryland. Johnny Vance on the 96 coming out of Sarasota, Florida. Evan Schaefer on the National 211 coming out of Elk Ridge, Maryland. Nathan Malaco, and on the National 121 coming out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Justin Napper. All pros done snapping out of the gate. We got Bam all by himself on the one side, but right now it looks like it's going to be Napper sitting on that top side in and out of that first turn. Napper for answer on that number 1. Schaefer sitting on that number 2. Napper going high, almost over that turn, but it's going to be Napper and Schaefer heading into that third turn. Schaefer sitting on that number 1. We got Napper sitting on that number 2. Bem sitting on that number 3 for Colt Crew. Criminals and Vans coming around that last turn, sitting on that top spot. That's going to be Evan Schaefer on that National 96 bike. It's Schaefer on that number 1. We got Napper sitting on that number 2. Bem sitting on that 3. And Malaco sitting on that number 4. Our second rack of our Pro Open. Coming out of Ramsey, Minnesota on the Nag 6, the Bullet, Braden Kemple. Coming out of Phoenix, Arizona on the Nag 2, Jenna Sagendorf. Coming out of Grants Pass, Oregon on the 832, Justin Malaya, the old Steezy. We got the National 41 coming out of Archdale, North Carolina, Kit Burke. Oh, snapping out right now. It's Burke and Kemple going for the whole shot into that first turn. It's going to be Kemple for Alpha Color sitting on that number 1 side. We got Burke sitting on that number 2. Colt Crew with Steezy sitting on that number 3 spot. And Sagendorf on that number 4 heading down into that third turn. It's going to be Alpha on that number 1 right now. We got Burke sitting on that 2. Colt on that number 3. Heading in and around that last turn right now. Braden Kemple, the Bullet, standing true to that name. He's coming on down on that number 1 side. It's going to be the Bullet taking that number 1. We got Burke on that number 2. Steezy sitting on that number 3. And Sagadorf on that 4. All right, our 6 and under mixed open is in the gate right now. Motor number 4. We're looking for 2 going on out. Spinda. We got Sonic Sam, Bentley, Toter, Showtime, Jennings, and Christina Biskupski coming out riding like a girl on that number 1 right away. That's going to be Biskupski, meaning business, sitting on that top side. That's going to be Biskupski leading the pack around the back. 6 girls ride like a girl coming out of Brick, New Jersey, leading them on that 3rd straight. She's got company coming in out of that 3rd turn. That's kind of difficult. As they make their way down around that last turn. Looking at that last straight right now. We still got Biskupski on that number 1 spot, but she's got company. They're coming on down. We're looking for the top 2, transferring on out to that main event. It's going to be Biskupski sitting on that number 1. And the 667 of Bentley on that 2, followed up by the Gold Cup 2 of Toter. Just missing out, heading on to that next round. Motor number 6, 7, 8 mixed. Motor number 5. Second rack of our 6 and under mixed open. We got Williams, Semplace, the Blue Cheetah, Hudzik, and Carroll. Riders down and up on that 1st straight. As he's coming down, that's going to be that nag 2 of the Blue Cheetah, sitting on that number 1 for S squared. Sawyer Smith, I got that 145 of Vincent Semplace, taking that number 2 transfer spot, heading on out to the main event. Motor number 6 coming on out of the gate right now. 7-8 mixed open, looking for 2 going on out. Alvarez, Parkinson, Kopetsky. We got P. Diddy, Preston Hammer, No Toscano, and Bryson Carroll. That's going to be the National 5 on that number 1 spot right now. As they make their way around that last turn. That's going to be the Nat 5 on 1. That's going to be Alvarez sitting on that top spot. It's Alvarez. And on that number 2 is going to be that 20 of Parkinson, taking that 2nd transfer spot, going on out to that main. First round, 7-8 mixed open. Second rack, Cottrell. We got Max Moyer, the Lightning, Slam Dunk, Duncan Boucher, Vicky G, Buggy Eldridge, and Michael Hudzik. On that number 1 spot, that's going to be Buggy Tatum Eldridge sitting on that number 1. He's got company though. That's going to be that 12 bike of the Slam Dunk. It's going to be the Slam Dunk on that number 1. And Buggy sitting on that number 2. Motor number 8, 9-10 mixed open. Looking for 3 going on out to that main event. We got Go Smith, Stevens, Lyles, Gross, Binley, Jennings, Hodensberger, and Gilman. That nag 2 going to be Stevens taking that first transfer spot. I got that 6-8 of MJ and the 2 of Bobby Gilman taking that 3rd transfer spot out of motor number 8. Motor number 9, 11-12 mixed open, looking for 2. Alavia, Mafi, Kahlo, Ricks, Devilbiss, and Borrow. That's going to be the 1 bike, the Gold Cup 1. Abrowski taking that first spot, and the 1 of Jumpstart. Maffey taking that number 2 transfer spot out of motor number 9. Motor number 10, we got the Cannonball, Kate Claridge, Callie Lopez, the Bombshell, Hayden Barrer, Braden Bebe, and the TNT, Tristan Pingator, coming on down to that line right now. That's going to be the Nag 8 sitting on that number 1 spot of the TNT, Tristan Pingator, and the Nag 8 of Callie Lopez taking that 2nd transfer spot out of motor number 10. Motor number 11, 13, 14 mixed open, looking for 3 going on out. Orson, Ross, Keenan, Lanudo, Styler, Meck, Dalton, and Miller. That's the 4 bike on that number 1 spot of Lady Liberty, followed up by the T and the 825. That's going to be Nails, Miranda Lanudo, taking that number 2 spot, and the 825 of Vance Keenan on that number 3. Motor number 12 coming around that last turn right now, 15-16. We're looking for 2 going on out. Davis Jensen, Smith, Brink, and Lim Joko. The 218 of Jacob Jansen taking that first transfer spot, 2nd transfer spot, going to the 2 bike of Scoops, Katie Brink. Motor number 13, 6 and under. Looking for 2 going on out. Cruzy the Racer. We got the Outlaw, Racing Grayson Carr, Social D, Dylan Myers, and John Kerr. That's going to be the 1 bike coming around on that number 1 side. The Rock 1 of Cruzy the Racer. Sitting on that number 1, it's going to be the Racer sitting on that top spot. We got John Kerr sitting on that number 2. 2 of those riders going on out, 1 and 1 going on out. That's going to be Cruz and Kerr. Motor number 14, 7-8 open. Showman, Brody Ryan. We got the Mohawk, Michael Beatty. The Wild Call, Chance Hall, Riley Records, and Jensen Cole. On that top spot, that's going to be the 12. Oh, he's leading the pack right now. Coming on down, that's going to be the Nag 11 of Jensen Cole. Pork Roll on that number 1 spot, followed up by the Wild Card, taking that second transfer spot. Chance Hall going on out to the main event in motor number 14. 9-10 open, motor number 15, looking for 2 going on out as they're coming on down. That's going to be Ballman, D.D. Ballman, sitting on that number 1 spot for Answer. He's going in and out like that. It's going to be the Prodigy sitting on that number 2 spot of Espelta. Motor number 16, 9-10 open. The King, we got Palmer Ward, Tegan Steibel, the Ninja, Noah Tina, and Britton Ryan. The Nag 3 of the King sitting there on that number 1 for Rival, and the 2-3 of Tegan Steidel. Taking that number 2 transfer spot at a motor number 16. 17, 11, 12 open, look for 3. On that number 1 side right now. That's going to be that 4 bike. That's Tyler Hessel sitting on, or 6 bike, followed up by the 1. The 4 of Hessel picking up that number 3. That 6 bike, that's going to be Ryder Lawrence. As they come down, I got that Gold Cup 3, the 13, and the A. Looking for 2. That Gold Cup 3, that's going to be Alejandro Shea picking up that number 1 spot, and the 13 of Nolan Colburn on that number 2. Motor number 19, 15, 16 open, coming on down. That's going to be Quick Nick sitting on that number 1. We're looking for 2 going on out. And that 20 bike for Velocity, Will Amesley taking that second transfer spot out of motor number 19. Motor number 20, 17, 20 open. One of these riders going on out. We got Gavin Smith. We got the Raptor, Ezra De Leon, the Saw Dog, Sawyer Holly. Ooh, one rider going down in that last turn. We got Mark Jackson on their way down. That's going to be Gold Cup 2 of the Raptor. De Leon taking that transfer spot first round, heading on out. .21 around that third turn right now. We got a combine looking for 2 going on out for this round. Cafferty, Stevens, Wilson, Berrien, and Patrick. For S squared, that's going to be Isabella Stevens sitting on that number 1. She's looking at that transfer spot. And the 803 of Chase Berrien for Alpha going on out to the next round for the main. Rest of them going to the combine. Second rack of our 10 and under girls cruiser. We got Izzy George, Danica Appenzeller, Landon Berrien, and Sophia Wenzel for Alpha on that number 1. That's going to be Landon Berrien. Berrien leading him around that last turn right now. He's got company, though, on that back tire. As they come on down, that's going to be the B-bike of Danica Appenzeller sitting on that number 2, putting that pressure on. It's going to be the Nag 10 of Landon Berrien and the B of Danica Appenzeller going out to that main. Rest going to a combine. Second round. 23 looking for 3 going on out. 11-12. Girls Cruiser. As they come down, that's going to be that 4 bike of Herrera sitting on that number 1 spot. I got that 5. That's Mia Custer sitting on that 2, the 33. Going to get that number 3 of Brianne Vaughn, taking that third transfer spot, first round, motor number 23. 24 is on the track, 13-14 girls cruiser. Velocity out there on that number 1. Sophia Robbins is going to be sitting on that top spot. We're looking for 1 more going on out. It's going to be Robbins and the 1 bike for Rival Racing of Awesome Sauce, Kaylin Miller. Second rack, we got 25 is the motor number. Pac-Man, Isabella Nelson, Shelby Elder, Kylie Niederberger, the Ginger Snap, and Kiera Maris sitting on that number 1. That's going to be Niederberger. home track right here. It's going to be Kylie Niederberger sitting on that number 1. On that number 2, that's going to be the 3 of the Pac-Man, Isabella Nelson. 26-17-20 women's cruiser. DJ Harvey. We got Schlotterbeck, Haley Brown, and Chloe Kappen as they're coming down. That's going to be the national 2 of Chloe Kappen sitting on that number 1 for Answer. Heading on out with Harvey on that 2. 21-30 women's cruiser. 2 of these riders going out. We got Chapman, La Casablanca, Murphy, Hunt, and Alejandre. That's going to be the 8 bike for Murphy on that number 1. And the Rock 1 of Lexi taking that number 2 transfer spot for Factory S Squared. 28-31-35 women's cruiser. Looking for 1 going on out. Sagendorf, Piatti, the F-bomb, Amanda Warner, and Ashley Della. That's going to be Piatti sitting on that number 1 coming out of Wilmington, Delaware. I just saw her last week. That's going to be Piatti sitting on that number 1 going on out first round with Della sitting on that number 2. Moto number 29 coming around that last turn right now. That's going to be Lightning Legs, Lisa Webb for 1-800 Chaos sitting on that number 1. She's looking at that transfer spot. She's coming on down. National 34 is going to be Lightning Legs checking on out first round. Moto number 30, 41-45 women's cruiser. 2 of these riders going on out. De Leon, we got the Dust Bunny, Constantino, Lindman, and Amaris. The Gold Cup 1 of De Leon sitting on that number 1 for Rocket Racing. She's taking off right now, coming on down that last straight. Looking at that line, it's going to be De Leon on that number 1. And Angela Constantino for Velocity Bike Company on that National 65, taking that second transfer spot first round. Motor number 31, 46-50 women's cruiser. Looking for 2. Rest of those riders going on out on that number 1. Oh, you know that, TNT, Susie Levan picking up that number 1. And we got Turbo Tara Pettit for 1-800 Chaos going to be taking that number 2. Rest of those riders going to combine second round. We got Badnick, Moore, Lathan, and the Wonder Women, Natasha Moore, on the track right now for Moto number 32. As they come down, that's going to be the Nag 8 of Becky Moore for Team Heckler BMX taking that first transfer spot. Going on out. Second one going to be that 539. Asanya Badnick taking that second transfer spot. Rest of those riders going to a semi. 33, 51, 55. We got Mama Marge Kaminsky, Rebecca Healy, Pearly Girl, Eleanor Schwartz, and Suzanne Black. Rock 1 of Mama Marge for Crank Out Racing going to be taking that number 1, Kaminsky, and the G-Bike of Black coming in on that number 1, taking the top 1. That's going to be Kaminsky going on out first round. 34. Seven and under cruisers on the track right now. We're looking for 2 of these riders going out to the semi-main. We got Peanut, Bryson Bruns. We got Coop Dog, Cafferty, the Dynamite, Benny Bryce, Mason McKee, the Mighty Mouse, Parker Graves, and Logan, the Showman Hadley. That's going to be on that number 1 as they're coming around. Coming out of Maryland, that's going to be the 88, 66 bike. 69 of Benny Bryce taking that number 1. I'm sorry, and a 17 of the Showman, Logan Hadley, taking that second transfer spot, going on out to that semi in 34. 35, Christian Salerno. We got the GQ, Cruzy the Racer, and the Slide, Clyde the Slide, Santos as they come down. I got that 3-4 of Novak sitting on that number 1, and the Gold Cup 2 of Cruzy the Racer, taking that number 2 transfer spot to the semi. Motor number 36, Bryson Carroll, Wyatt Clark. We got the Turtle, Liam Candia. The Tomahawk, Tommy Belcher, and the Moto Slayer, Ezra Costa. On that number 1 right now, coming on down, I got that 7 bike of Costa sitting on that number 1 spot, and the 5-5 of Bryson Carroll taking that second transfer spot, heading on out to the semi in 7 and under Cruiser. 8 Cruiser. That's going to be Aiden Trumpeter on that number 1 for Black Crown, sitting on that top spot. We're looking for 3 of them going on out. 8 Cruiser, motor number 37 coming on down. Gold Cup 1 of Aiden Trumpeter on that number 1 spot. I got that Nag 6 or Nag 8 of Probert, and the Nag 10 of the Hurricane, Kai Gray, taking those 3 transfer spots in 37. Nine Cruiser, motor number 38, looking for 2. Rest going to a combine. Colt Cafferty, Espen Wilk, Jacob Greenwell, killing it, Killian Santos, and Tyler Marhofer. That's going to be Santos, killing it, Killian Santos, sitting on that number 1 right now, coming out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It's going to be Santos with that 5 bike of Wilk, sitting on that number 2 for Trip 9. We're looking for the top 2. Greenwell sitting on that number 3 as they're coming around. Oh, it looks like Wilk trying to take that hard turn, trying to take over on that number 1. It's going to be Santos sitting on that number 1, the Gold Cup 1. Santos taking that 1. Wilkes taking that 2, going on out to the main. Rest going to a combine. Motor number 39, Crane. We got the bobblehead, Blake Graves, and Jackson Kopetsky. On that top spot right now, that's going to be the L bike of Oliver Crane coming out of Dallas, Texas for Premier, and the 3-2 of Blake Graves battling it out, coming on down the line. It's going to be the L bike and the 3-2 of Blake Graves. Crane and Graves going on out. Rest going to combine. Motor number 40, 10 Cruiser looking for 3 going on out as they're coming on down that line. On that top spot right now, that's going to be the Nag 1 of the Animal sitting on that top spot. I got the N bike of Brady Word for Alpha sitting on that 2, and the 44 of the Zaniac, Zayden Robinson, picking up that 3rd transfer spot, heading out to that main event. Motor number 40, 41, 11 Cruiser, looking for 3 going on out. The Iman Hayes, Lil Rocket, Felker, Wild West, Jay Sterlinski, and Taylor Cole. He's going to be taking that 1, like a 7 and the 4, taking those top 3. That's going to be Felker sitting on that number 2 spot, and Taylor Cole on that number 3. 42, 12 Cruiser, 2 going on out. McCain, we got the Wild Thing, Johnny Rocket Del Vecchio, Bruni, Boyle, Ed Marshall. Top spot right now. That's going to be that 4 bike of Bruni taking that number 1, and the 10 of Caleb McCain picking up that number 2 transfer spot out of the first rack of 12 Cruiser. Second rack, motor number 43, Hessel, Reed, Constantino, Barnhart, and Allen. That's going to be Riley Allen on that number 1 right now. It's going to be Allen for Rift, and the 3 bike of Tyler Hessel taking that second transfer spot for Powers Bike Shop, heading on out to that main in 43. 44, 13 Cruiser, 2 going on out. That's PJ Ramsey, hometown hero, Black Crown Bike Shop, sitting on that number 1. It's going to be Ramsey taking that first transfer spot, and that 12 bike of Sean Nykosa taking that second transfer spot in 44. Second rack of our 13 Cruiser, motor number 45. That's going to be Aloha Joe sitting on that number 1 right now. We're taking the top 2 down at the line. Oh, we got 3 wide. It's going to be the 3 bike of O'Neill and Bettinger taking that number 2. I'm sorry, what was that? 46, 14 Cruiser taking 3. It's going to be the 10, the 5, and the 2 of Bruns. That's going to be Respass, Herrera, and the 2. of Bruns. 47-15 Cruiser. I got the 8 bike of Gardner on that number 1, and the Nag 7 of Henderson sitting on that number 2 out of 15 Cruiser. Second rack of our 15 Cruiser, motor number 48, Russ, McCabe, McGee, Mendito, and Drinkard. That's going to be Mendito sitting on that number 1. We got Drinkard sitting on that number 2. Russ sitting on that number 4 as they're heading down that third straight right now. Hold on to it. It's going to be factory TNT. Evan Mendito coming out of Marlton, New Jersey. Oh, we got Drinkard sitting on that back pocket right now as they come down into that third turn. It's Mendito and Drinkard. Drag racing down across that line right now. We got Mendito holding it down on that number 1. Drinkard going to be picking up that number 2 out of 48. 49-16 Cruiser 2 going on out. Demersky, the Jet, Amaris, Bramer, and Powell. The 11, we got the Jet sitting on that number 1. It's going to be the Jet and Bramer. Ryan Bramer sitting on that number 2 for Factory Black Crown. And TNT Supercross, the Jet, picking up that number 1. Motor number 50. That's going to be the Kamikaze. Robbins, Mayer, Russ, and Jameson. Robbins sitting on that number 1 right now. We got that 2 bike. Robbins taking that number 1, and the 2 of Johnson. The Kamikaze picking up that second transfer spot out of motor number 50. 51, 17-20 Cruiser. Sinchak, Chapman, Kaminsky, and Schwartz. That's going to be the Flying Tomato up there on that number 1 right now. That's Louis Kaminsky sitting on that top spot with that Gold Cup 1. Kaminsky for Factory TNT going to be taking that number 1 transfer spot. And on that number 2, Sinchak taking the top 1. Motor number 52, 21-25. We got Beans, R.J. Vargo, and Terrence Williams. 7 bike of Terrence Williams for Powers Bike Shop sitting on that number 1. We got the Nag 5, R.J. Vargo taking that number 1. We got Terrence Williams on that 2, and Beans sitting on that number 3. Total points, motor number 52. 53, 31, 35 Cruiser total points. Wagner, Sutton, and Cook. Wagner sitting on that number 1. Factory Skills Prophecy sitting on that top spot as they head around that last turn, coming on down that line. It's going to be Wagner sitting on that number 1 spot, and the 7 of Tony Cook sitting on that number 2. Chris Sutton going to be picking up that number 3. Total points, motor number 53. 54, 36-40 Cruiser looking for 2. Rest going out to a combine. As they make their way around, that's going to be the 12 bike of DeLawan Carter. On that number 1 for LTR and the Gold Cup 1, a Big Wayne Hardman picking up that second transfer spot out of 54. Rest going to a combine. Thank you to our sponsors. We got Loco Canopies, J&R Bicycles, Box Components, Answer Racing Profile, Bombshell Pro Max, Tangent, Fly, Avian. Want to give a shout out to Tom and all the volunteers here at Chesapeake BMX. This track is looking fantastic. They've been battling with this rain and this weather. Looks good, looks good.
Radio.
Motor number 45. That was going to be the 13 Cruiser. Brady O'Neill taking that number 1 And Aloha Joe Drolneck picking up that number 2 transfer spot. It's going to be O'Neill and Drolneck in moto number 45 transferring out. Motor number 55, 3640, Cruiser, our second rack. We got the boss man, Maurice Adams, Donathan Williams, Nicholas Valencia, and Stephen Oldham. That's going to be Williams sitting on that number 1 for Sia on that top spot right now. We got Supercross of Nicholas Valencia sitting on that number 2, trying to get over on that number 1, in and out of that third turn. Right now we got Williams still sitting on that number 1 spot. Valencia sitting on that number 2. 2 of them going on out. Other 2 riders going to that combine as they're coming around that last turn, pumping on through that last straight right now. It's going to be Donathan Williams sitting on that number 1. Williams scoring up that 1, transferring on out in the 19, and Nicholas Valencia for Supercross on that number 2. Motor number 56, 41-45 Cruiser. 1 going on out. We got the Big G, Glenn McKinney, Corey Skinner, and Corey Mitchell. That's going to be Skinner on that number 1 right now. Corey Skinner looking at that transfer spot. The Nag 7. It's going to be Skinner for Sia checking out on that number 1 in 56. 57 coming around. Looking for 2. Rest going to a combine here. 46-50 Cruiser top 2. That's going to be the 3-7 of the Madman on that number 1. It's going to the Madman, and the 2-6 of Fabian Gonzalez picking up that second transfer spot. The rest going to a combine. Motor number 58, Marshall Wood by Rob Boogie and Voterman. Oh, on that top spot right now, coming on down to that line. That's going to be the 2-1-5 of Rob Boogie on that number 1. And the 17 of Brian Vorderman picking up that number 2 transfer spot. The rest of them going out to that combine. Motor number 59, 51, 55 Cruiser. 3 of them going on out as they come around that last turn. Sitting on that top spot right now. That's going to be Domingos. Lamgolia sitting on that number 1 spot on that 5.57, followed up by the 51 and the 1. That's going to Tom Johnson sitting on that number 2. Jody Adams sitting on that number 3, going on out to that main event. Motor number 60, 56-60 Cruiser. 2 of them going on out. Dockery, Angus, Mike the Hammer, Lawrence Dunn, and Frank Bohannon. We got Bohannon sitting on that number 3. Dunn sitting on that number 4. On that number 1 spot, that's going to be the 5-1 of Bill Daugherty. Daugherty sitting on that number 1 spot, and the Nag 8 of Scott Angus taking that second transfer spot for J&R Bicycles, Speedco, and Avian crossing that line. Motor number 61, 5 and under novice. Hudzik, Brady Hudzik, Kenna McKay Troutman, the Tank, Colton Baum, Kiana Norman, Caden Carroll, Zayden Skinner, the Boogie Bomb, Cameron Records. All these little guys are battling. Little tykes, little bikes out there coming around on that number 1. That's going to be the 2-2-9, the 13. That's going to be Hudzik. Motor number 62's on the track. Second rack of our 5 and under novice. Looking for 2 more going on out to the main. Mead Muggin. We got TJ Addison, Charlotte Word, Robbie Pettinelli, Cruisin' Colty, The Bolt, Maisie Wasler, and Brenna Windows. That's the 407 and the 8-3 battling it out. It's going to be Addison on that 407 taking that first transfer spot, and a 2-3 sliding in there at the line of the Bolt, Maisie Wasler. Motor number 63, 6 novice. Just dropping out of the gate right now. Dylan Okloptic. We got the Showtime, Luke Jennings, Shane Blackman Jr., Noel Newton, Bebo, Bryce Lang, and Lucas Pettinelli. Skinner. 63s are coming around. We got 6 novice on that last straight right now. Pumping on through. For Rocket Racing, that's going to be Dylan on that 270 bike. Taking that first transfer spot, looking for one more. That's going to be the 203 of Shane Blackman Jr. Going on out to the main event. 64, 7 novice. On that backside, we got Rad Dog, Ryan Santee, Beep Beep, Haley Smith, Blake Duraldi, and the Mighty Mouse, Addison Orison. As they head. All right, as they're coming on down on that number 1 spot, that's going to be the 3-3 bike sitting on that one. That's going to be the Mighty Mouse taking that, or no, the 244 of the Raw Dog. All right, Ryan the Raw Dog Santee. Raw Dog, you need to pull your sleeves down, man. Long sleeves required or elbow pads. 65, we got 8 novice total points. Kaylee McKay Troutman, we got Autumn Bem and OV, Olivia Wooten. And on that number 1 spot, that's going to be the 3-5 of Troutman taking that number 1. We got the 3-4 of Autumn Ben picking up that number 2. And OV sitting on that number 3. 66, Ted Novice, with 3 of them going on out to that main event. We got 8 riders coming on down the line right now out there on that top spot. That's going to be the 3-7-6 of Nick Marchone taking that number 1, the 3-55 of Mathis, and the 2-44 of Dawson picking up that number 3 transfer spot. Going Marchone, Mathis, and Dawson. Motor number 67, total points, 11 novice. The Hare, Haley Candia. The Cooler, Chloe Wooten, and Salvatore Cristaldi on that number 1 out of Mays Landing, New Jersey. It's going to be Cristaldi picking up that top spot, and the Hare picking up that number 2 with the Cooler sitting on that number 3. Motor number 68, 12 novice, looking for 2 riders going on out. We got the Gunslinger, Colburn, Molyneux, Mathis, and Devilbus. On that number 1 spot right now, that's going to be the 1-2-0 of Nora Molyneux. Taking that first transfer spot, second transfer spot, going to the B bike of Sean Devilbus out of Mechanicsville, Maryland for On 2 Wheels. 6-9 on that backside right now. It's going to be 13 novice looking for 1 going on out. Brody Jansen, Salah Mason, Dustin Wilkins, and Carly Perry. That's going to be Perry sitting on that number 3 spot on that number 1 right now. That's going to be that 2-7-5 of Dustin Wilkins looking to take that transfer spot going on out. Going to the next round. Motor number 70, 16 novice. We are on 16 novice. Lucian Cristaldi, Morgan Barnhart, and Tyler Dillard. That's Dillard on that number 1 coming out of Hagerstown, Maryland. It's Cristaldi picking up that second. And Barnhart on that number 3 out of total points. Motor number 70. Motor number 71, 17-20 novice. McKinley, Tandatnik, Van Dyke, and Varner. That's going to be 374 of Varner on that number 1, taking that transfer spot, going out to the main event in motor number 71, 17-20 novice. 72, 36-40 novice, total points. 3 riders coming around, Roy Conley, Jim McLennan, and Gaz Hazen. 413 of Gaz sitting on that number 1, total points. The 812 of Jim McLennan on that number 2 spot, and the 710 of Rack on that number 3. Moto number 73, we got 46-50 novice. 2 of them going on out. Hancock, Gardner, Green, Costa, Sasha, and Thomas the Train. The 113 of Scott Green sitting on that number 1, and the 299 of Sasha on that number 2 spot. Going on out to that main event. 74. Moving along nicely right here. We got moto number 74 on the track, 6 intermediate, looking for 2 going on out. Bain, O'Neill, Crazy Feet, Semplace, Caputo, Duke, and Bentley. That's Gold Cup 2 of Caputo sitting on that number 1 spot. One more going on out. That's going to be the 148 of the Duke, Luke De Liberto, taking that second transfer spot at a moto number 74. 75. On that backside right now, we got Coin, we got a Little Beast, Spinda, Sonic Sam, Max Power, Gavin Toter, and the B, Aubrey Della. Oh, it looks like Team Heckler of the Max Power. Maxwell Moore sitting on that number 1 for Team Heckler BMX. Coming on down, he's looking at that transfer spot. It's going to be Moore sitting on that number 1 spot, and the 118 of Blake Coin sitting on that number 2. It's down the line. Oh, Moore and Coin holding on to it, slipping a pedal and making it across that line, going out to that main. Moto number 76. All right, our down rider is up. Drink plenty of water. All right, 7 intermediate coming on out of the gate right now. Oh, Parkinson on a bike sitting on that number 1 right now with that hole shot. It's not always a bike, it's a rider. It's going to be Parkinson sitting on that number 1 spot right now. Wagner sitting on that number 2. Oh, who's that sliding up into that number 3? I think that's going to be Hudzik as they come around that second turn. Sitting on that number 1, that's going to be that's going to be the 20 bike of Asher Parkinson. Sitting on that top spot into that third turn. Coming on out, Parkinson. Oh, sitting on that number 2 now, right now. That's going to be Wagner sitting on that number 1. We're looking for the top 2. 7 intermediate motor number 76 coming on down the line right now. Top spot, that's going to be that 8-3 of Caden Wagner sitting on that number 1. And on that 20 bike, taking that transfer spot of Parkinson. Wagner and Parkinson going on out. 77. Tomahawk, Carroll, Koopman, LaFerrari, No Toscano, and Souza. That's going to be Bryson Carroll on that number 1 spot right now. Carroll sitting on that number 1, coming out of Randallstown, Maryland on that number 2. That's going to be the 60 of the Mohawk, Tommy Belcher. taking that number 2 transfer spot in 77. 78, 8 intermediate, 2 going on out. Skinner, P. Diddy, Molyneux, Lightning, Bobblehead, and Slam Dunk. The B bike battling it out. I'm sorry, that's a 12 bike of the Slam Dunk sitting on that number 2 in the 7-9 of Caleb Molyneux for Super Duper Toy Store, picking out that first transfer spot with the Slam Dunk. Duncan Boucher on that number 2 transfer spot in 78. 79, 9 intermediate, looking for 2, going to the semi right now. As they're coming on down that top spot right now, that's going to be the 3-8 of Ben Lyles, looking on that transfer spot, that second transfer spot, going to the 16 of the Bobblehead. Oh, Noah Hargrove for Full Cycle Bike Shop. Motor number 89 intermediate, our second rack of 9 intermediate. Blackman, the Big Bacon, the Jet, Lacey, Lil Monster. That's going to be the 2-7 bike of the Big Bacon, getting a big number 1. And the 282 of the Little Monster. We got the Big Bacon and the Little Monster going on out to that semi in motor number 80. Motor number 81, Jarrells, Liberto, Smith, Grubb, and Parkinson. As they're making their way around that last turn, here they come down to the line. On that number 1, that's going to be the 182 of Liberto. Coming out of Mount Airy, Maryland, and the 2-4 of Jesse Grubb, taking that second transfer spot. Going on out in motor number 81. 82, 10 intermediate, looking for 3 going on out. As they're racing on down that line right now, coming on down on that number 1 spot, that's going to be Brandon Morris sitting on that top spot on that number 2. That's going to be the 7-4 and the 2. That's going to Chromody. And the 2 bike of the Hammer, Chelsea Wilson, transferring on out of 82. All right, if anybody happens to find a set of keys, bring them on down to scoring or video. 83 coming on down, Lily Sutherland sitting on that number 1, taking that transfer spot in the 164. Motor number 84. That's going to be the 933 of Liebig picking up that first transfer spot, and the 132 of Nick Preston picking up that second transfer spot out of 84. Okay. 85 coming on down the line where we're going 4 wide as they come down. It's going to be the 30 bike sitting on that number 1 of Calabrese, the 13, and the Gold Cup 1. Ooh, rider down on that first straight. It's going to be Calabrese taking that number 1. We got that 13 of the Juice of Villa on that number 2. And the 1 bike of Borowski picking up that number 3. Motor number 86 coming on down. We're looking for 213 intermediate. That's going to be the 3-6 of the Hot Rod Harless on that number 1 and the 101 of Ted Lehman picking up that number 2 transfer spot out of moto number 86. 87 on the track right now. Looking for 2 going on out to that main event. We got 14 intermediate. The Coyote, Cody Yashenska. Sitting on that number 3, we got that 40, or no, that's going to be Yashenska on that number 1, picking up that top spot. And the 825 of Vance Keenan coming in on that number 2. Yashenska better be getting that number 1. Motor number 88, we got Palmore, Sutherland, Chandler, Shaw, and Stewart. That's going to be Stewart sitting on that number 2 spot right now for On 2 Wheels. They're out there in the parking lot right across from the USA BMX trailer. Make sure you check them out. Any parts you need, any service, they're going to have it right there On 2 Wheels. Rocket Racing of Shaw sitting on that number 3 spot as they round down. It's going to be on that number 1 spot. I got that 2-5. The 2-5 of Sutherland sitting on that number 1. We got, the 9 of Stewart on that number 1. Sutherland on that number 2 at the line in 88. 89, 15 intermediate, looking for 2 going on out. Purdue, Miller, Angeletti, the Big Tasty, Jacob Jansen, and Devin Sandridge. We got the Big Tasty sitting on that number 3 spot right now, but we're only taking the number 2 going on out. That's going to be the 218 of Jacob Jansen sitting on that number 1, and the 655, Alex Miller, Fat Daddy Racing going on out to the main event in 89. 90 is the moto number, 90, 16 intermediate is a class. We're looking for 2 going on out. We got Jameson sitting on that number 1 spot right now for GT Racer's Edge. Kyle Jameson, future heckler right there on that number 2 spot. That's going to be the 906 of Schramm. The Grom going on out in Moto 90. Moto number 91, 17-20 intermediate, 1 going on out. Farmer, Lehman, Nadler, and Roca. Ooh, 2 riders going down in that first turn. Coming on down to that line now. That's going to be the 127. Looking at that top spot of Flavio Roca, taking that transfer spot out of moto number 91. 92 coming around that last turn right now. 2 of them going out. Gravel. We got Woody Wood, Bobby Miller, Jason Hansberger, and Boogie Sparks. 127 of Bobby Miller sitting on that number 1 out of Mechanicsville, Maryland for Fat Daddy. And the 107 of Jason Hansberger out of Hagerstown, Maryland for Cranksters, taking that second transfer spot out of 92. 93, 41, 45 intermediate. We got total points on the track right now. Len Novak on that 161. On that 6'9 bike for Damaged Inc., that's going to be Jason Avery. Edwin Bello out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. Right now, time to shine of Novak sitting on that number 1 spot right now. We got 3 riders. Moto number 93, total points, 41, 45 intermediate. Coming around that backside. That's going to be Len Novak sitting on that number 1 for Time to Shine. On that 6'9 bike for Damaged Inc., that's going to be Jason Avery taking that number 2 in the 135. Bello on that number 3 in moto number 93. 94, 46, 52 going on out. Palmer, Marshall, the Monster, Kill Billis, and Joey Cassidy. That's going to be the Monster out there on that number 1. Loco Limjoko on that number 2 spot. That's going to be Clayton Marshall for Toxic Racing, taking that second transfer spot in 94. 95, 6 girls expert on to the girls club. Here we go. Moto number 95, we got the Blue Cheetah, Sawyer Smith, the Crazy Cat, Kalani Gray, and Christina Biskupski. Biskupski sitting on that number 2 spot right now, but it's going to be the Blue Cheetah coming on out of Longwood, Florida on that number 1. Total points, 6 girls expert down and across the line. The Blue Cheetah for S Squared on that number 1. We got the Biz, Christina Biskupski, meaning business on that number 2 for Ride Like a Girl. Wicked Racy, Crazy Cat sitting on that number 3. Moto number 96, 7 girls expert. Vicky G, we got Callie Kopeski and Peyton Bruni. That's going to be the Nag 5 of Bruni on that number 1. The Nag 3 of Kopeski and the 10 bike of Victoria Garcia. Picking up that number 3. Total points, moto number 96. 97, 8 girls expert. 2 of them going on out. Outer is Gomalicki, Cordis, Closer Callie, and Buggy. That 3 bike of Gomalicki going to be taking that number 1. And the National 5 of Olivia for BMX Sharks picking up that number 2. 98. 9 girls expert, 3 riders going on out. Burrian, Appenzeller, Brindley, Stevens, Wenzel, Izzy George, and the boss, Lily Voss, coming on down. That's going to be that 2 bike of Isabella Stevens for S Squared, followed up by the Nag 4 and the Nag 6. Those 3 going on out. That's going to be Appenzeller picking up that number 2, and the Nag 6 of Chase Burrian picking up that number 3 in 98. 99, 10 girls expert, 2 going out. Patrick Cafferty, we got Gilman, Burrian, the Entertainer, Jenna Miller, and the Rottweiler coming on down. That's going to be the Nag 1, the Nag 7, both going on out. That's going to be Landon Burrian and the 7 of the Entertainer, Jenna Miller, taking that second transfer spot for Factory Remix. Here we go. Moto number 111 girls expert coming on down on that number 1, the Nag 10. That's going to be Mia Custer, followed up by the R and the 8. Custer taking that first transfer spot. Mia the Missile Custer, followed up by the Cannonball, Kate Claridge, and the 8 bike of Calico Lopez, picking up that number 3 transfer spot out of 100. 101, 12 girls expert, 2 going on out. Vaughn, Pingator, Ricks, Herrera, Perry, and Tess Bailey. Oh, that's a 2 bike on that number 1 of Sadie Herrera sitting on that top spot. Coming out of Georgia, it's Herrera and the 4-5 of Brianne Vaughn taking that second transfer spot at a 101. 102, 13 girls expert. Look for 2 going on out to that main event. We got 2 racks of our 13 girls expert. We got the Ginger Snap, Avery Chartan, Lily Miller, Danica Bailey, and Lotus Stotler coming on down for Hyper. That's going to be that 3 of Chartran sitting on that number 1, and the 9 of Danica Bailey taking that second transfer spot out of the first rack of 13 girls expert. Second rack of 13 girls expert coming around. We got Emma Martin, Lanudo, Elder, Niederberger, and Maurer. That's Niederberger sitting on that number 1 for Answer. Factory Answer sitting on that top spot right now in the NAG 10 of Shelby Elder. Going to be taking that second transfer spot for JR Bicycle Speed Co. Avian going on out. Motor number 104, 14 girls expert, looking for 2 on that top side right now. That's going to be the National 50 bike of Ava Corley sitting on that top spot, taking that transfer. Corley, and the 4 of Liberty Dalton for Box USA BMX Foundation. Motor number 105, second rack of our 14 girls expert. 2 of them going on out for Hyper coming on down right now. That's going to be the Pac-Man, Isabella Nelson sitting on that top spot, and that D-bike of Sophia Robbins taking that transfer spot in 105. 106, 15-16 girls expert, 2 going on out. The Kool-Aid, Shriver, the Bomb, Pulaski, Zachary, and Yakelson. As they're pushing on down right now, that's going to be Shriver and Zachary coming on down. It's going to be the 7 and the 9. Shriver taking that number 1. Zachary taking that number 2. 107, second rack of our 15-16 girls coming on down on that number 1 right now. It's going to be the Blonde Bomb, Alexandra Hill, sitting on that top spot on that NAG 5. On that second spot, that's going to be the 3-8 of Chloe Kappen for Factory Answer on that number 2. 108, 17-20 women's expert, top 1 going on out first round. That's going to be Ezra Shriver for Bay Area BMXers on that number 1. With that NAG 3 plate, taking that transfer spot in 108. 109, Alejandro La Casablanca, Taylor Hunt, Devin Murphy, and Cassidy Ellis. For Daylight coming on down, Devin Murphy sitting on that top spot, that Gold Cup 1. It's going to be Murphy. And I got that Rock 1 of Lexi picking up that second transfer spot in motor number 109. 110 out there on that number 1 spot. Oh, we got 1-800 Chaos going down right now. Meaning business. Blackburn sitting on that number 3 spot. Piatti on that number 2. On that number 1, though. That NAG for Lightning Legs. Lisa Webb taking that first transfer spot for 1-800 Chaos. 111-41 and over women's expert. Looking for 2 riders going on out. Lathan, Moore, Piper, Sandora, and Mama Marge Kaminsky. That's going to be the NAG 1 on that number 1 spot. Chrissy Piper for Jawbreaker taking that number 1 transfer spot. And the 4 bike of Christina Sandora taking that second transfer spot at a 1-1-1. 112, 5 and under expert. We got total points. The Social D, Dylan Myers. Racing, Grayson Carr, and the Kamikaze, Jacob Colwell. Colwell sitting on that number 2 spot right now, coming out of that last turn, pumping on down that last straight, trying to get those pedals in, coming on down the line. We got a drag race going on. That's going to be that 5 bike. Colwell on that number 1, the 19 of the Social D, sitting on that number 2, and Racing, Grayson Carr, picking up that number 3 at a 112. We're on to the experts here, second rack, or second moto of our experts, 6 expert, 3 going on out, moto number 113. As they're coming down, that's going to be that Rock 1 of Cruzy the Racer sitting on that top spot, followed up by the 1 bike and the 3-6. That's going to go to Kerr, picking up that number 2, and the 3-6 of the GQ, Grayson Novak on that number 3. Motor number 114, we got 2 racks of our second expert. 2 going on out to that main event, the Peanut, Krishan Clark, Mighty Mouse, and Isaiah Salerno. 13 of the Mighty Mouse coming on down for S Squared Maryland on that number 1, and on that number 2 is going to be the NAG 13. Of Bruins. Motor number 115, second rack of R7 Expert. Bryce, Custer, McKee, Clyde to slide, and the finisher on that number 1. Hey, look at that. That's going to be that nag 3 of Clyde to slide, sitting on that number 2 in the 12 bike of the finisher, Cuba Badnick, finishing it at the line, picking up that number 1. Second transfer spot going to Clyde to slide, heading on out to that main event. Oh, 8 Expert, here we go. 3 racks, looking for 2 out to the semi. The Mohawk, we got Records, Skinner, Stavropoulos, and Avalos. Records on that number 1. Riley Records sitting on that top spot. That's going to be Stavropoulos for Toxic, picking up that number 2 transfer spot at a 116. Second rack of R8 Expert. Motor number 117. We got the Lil Machine, Brody Ryan, the Hurricane, Kai Gray, Andrew Probert, and the kid, Marshall Warner, out there on that number 1 spot right now for 1-800 Chaos coming on down. That's going to be the kid sitting on that number 1 spot. Warner going to be pick up that number 1. We got that 12 bike of Probert sitting on that number 2 for Bombshell Factory going on out to that semi-main. Last rack of R8 Expert, Raging Adrian Pettit, the Natural, Landon Burr, Aiden Schroppeter, Jensen Cole in the wild card, Chance Hall. Black Crown out there on that number 1 right now. That's going to be Trumpeter sitting on that top spot. But, oh, look who it is. Raging Adrian Pettit sitting on that number 2. Raging on down. It's going to be the Gold Cup 3 and the 2. That's going to Trumpeter on that number 1. Raging Adrian Pettit for 1-800 Chaos. Picking up that number 2. 9 Expert, we got 3 racks. Looking for 2 going on out to that semi. Up there on that number 1 spot, it's going to be killing it. Killian Santos leading the pack, coming on down, looking at that stripe. It's going to be Santos on that number 1. Oliver Crane picking up that second transfer spot, heading on out to the semi-main. Motor number 120, our second rack of 9 Expert. 2 more going on out right now on that number 1 side. That's going to be Keegan Skinner picking up that number 1 and the 3 of Escaleta, the Prodigy. Motor number 121 as they come down. That's going to be D.D. Ballman for Answer, Factory Answer on that number 1. And I got that 8-7 of Jacob Greenwell sitting on that number 2 going out to that semi-main. All right, here we go. Motor 122, 10 Expert looking for 2. That's going to be the 1 bike of Brady Word for Alpha. And the 7 of Logan Aldshorn for Powers Bike Shop. Sitting on that number 2, going on after that semi. 123, 10 Expert. Second rack of 4 of our 10 Experts as they come down. Badnator Wagner, the Animal Rocket Man, adding the Madman. That's going to be the Nag 12 of Wagner on that number 1 spot. And the Nag 8 of the Badnator, Matt Badnick, picking up that second transfer spot at a 123. 124, the Zaniac, Britton Ryan, the Wild Man, Mikey Tonkovich, Tegan Steibel, and the King, Brady King, as they come around on that number 1 right now. Looks like 3 wide, looking for the top 2. Coming on down the line, it's going to be the Nag 3 of the King, sitting on that number 1. And the Gold Cup 2 of the Zaniac, Zayden Robinson for Impact BMX Racing, picking up that second transfer spot out to the semi. 125, 10 Expert, 4th rack. Vroom, Spin to Win, Alshorn, Diesel, and Lang. That's going to be the 4 bike of Spin to Win, Kevin Washington on that number 1. And the E-bike of Colin Alshorn for Powers Bike Shop, sitting on that number 2. 126, 11 Expert. 11 Expert is on the track, coming on down in the line. We got 2 racks on that number 1 right now. That's going to be that Rock 1 of Mason Hayes for Mongoose. And that 3-7 bike of Travis Mancuso picking up that second transfer spot at a 126. Second rack of our 11 Expert out there on that number 1 right now. That's going to be Aiden Ragel sitting on that number 1 spot right now as they come on down that line. Oh, he's got challenge. There it is. That's going to be the 90 of Felker picking up that second transfer spot, heading on out to that main event in 127. All right, riders, start getting ready to stage up for round 2. Start getting ready to stage up for round 2. Motor number 128, 12 Expert. We got 3 racks as they're coming on down that line. That's going to be the 8 bike of Alex Marshall for Toxic on that number 1. And the 1 bike, the 13 of Caleb McCain on that number 2 spot. Going to that semi-main in 128, 129. That's going to be the Nag 9 of Riley Allen for Factory Rift Tangent on that top spot. And the National 7 of Gage Gomalicki picking up that number 2 for Bay Area BMXers. 130, our final rack of our 12 experts. Bruni, de Blasio, Barnhart, Voss, Hessel, and Ride coming on down. That's going to be that Nag 3 of Bruni sitting on that top spot. Bruni and Lawrence picking up that number 2. 131, 13 Expert, 2 going on out to that semi as they come on down. That's going to be Hot Sauce, Joe Martin for Factory S Squared on that number 1. And the Nag 13 of Nolan Colburn on that number 2 transfer spot to the semi. 132, our second rack of 3 of our 13 Expert. Nyakosa, Bettinger, Kelbley, Ramsey, and Gebhardt. That's going to be Ramsey and Bettinger coming on down the line. Look at those transfer spots. It's going to be Ramsey and Bettinger. 1 and 2. Last rack of our 13 experts. Marshall, O'Neill, Delaney, Thomas, and Allen. That's going to be that Gold Cup 1 of Carson Allen for Factory Full Tilt on that number 1. That number 2 transfer spot going to the Nag 7 of GQ Delaney. Making it on out. 34, 134, 14 Expert, 2 going to the semi. We got 4 racks as they come down that line. That's going to be on that number 1, Mason, Sweet, and Smokey Bruns. And the A bike of the X-Man, Alexander George, picking up that second transfer spot for Positive Impact Racing. 135, the Assassin out there on that number 1. He's killing them all right now. It's going to be Ronnie Kim, Factory Box Components on that number 1 spot. The Assassin coming on down that line. It's going to be the Assassin and Alejandro Shea sitting on that number 2 for Yes BMX. 136, Herrera, Boyd, Deno, Respass, Calabrese, and Bryant. Don't even tell me. That is what I thought it was. Looking for a number plate on that number 1 bike right now as they come down and across that line. I got that 18 of Boyd sitting on that number 1. And the 10 bike of Mike Bryant. Mike Bryant, you need a front number plate. 137, our final rack of our 14 experts. Look for 2 going on out to the semi as they come on down on that number 1 spot. That's going to be that 5 bike. Deegan Brown out of San Jose, California, taking that top spot. And the 2-1 of Lane Findlay on that number 2. Motor number 138, they're cruising on down. 15 Expert, 2 going on out to the semi right now on that number 1. That's going to be the 3 bike and the Nag 12. Gardner picking up that top spot, and Sterling on that number 2. All right, 139, second rack of 4 of 15 Expert as they come on down. That's going to be up there on that number 1, the Nag 2 for Factory Hyper of Cutter Williams, and the 20 bike of Will Amesley for Velocity Bicycles, picking up that number 2, going on out to that semi. Motor number 143rd of 4, Wheeler, Mendino, Haney, Trulillo, Avlos, and Drinkard on that number 1 spot. That's going to be the Nag 81, or National of Trulillo, and the 2 of Drinkard. 141, last rack of our 15 Expert. Look for 2 going on out to that semi. McCabe, Perry, Wathen, Henderson, and Bailey on that number 1. Is going to be Vendetta Elite Bicycles. Tyler Bailey taking that top spot, and Foster Henderson on that number 2, heading on out to that semi-main in 141. 142, 16 Expert, 3 racks, 2 going on out to the semi. 142 is the motor number as they're coming around. It's Hoagie Fest going on here in Maryland. We don't need no Royal Farms. We got Hoagie Fest right here. It's Hobby picking up that number 1, and the 3 bike of John Robbins picking up that number 2 transfer spot, heading out to that semi. 143, Pal Stoberski, Biggs, Haas, and the Jet On that number 1, that's going to be the nag 20 of Biggs and the nag 17 of Blake Powell. Riders get staged up for second round. Riders get staged up for second rounds. All right, 144. Oh, yay. All right, 144 is on the track right now. Who's that out there on that number 1? That's McLovin. McLovin for Rival Racing sitting on that number 1 spot right now as they're heading in and out of that second turn. On that number 2, that's going to be Michael Amaris sitting on that second spot. McLovin carrying on that number 1 right now. As he's holding on to it for Rival Racing, Nolan Cardwell. McLovin coming on down on that nag 2. And that one bike of Michael Amaris sitting on that number 2 spot in 144. 145, 1720 Expert, 3 racks out there on that number 1. That's going to be the Bullet. Braden Kempel sitting on that top spot. Kempel's sitting on that one as he's coming on down the line on that number 2 spot. That's going to be that 6'3 bike of Colin Joyce taking that second transfer spot out to the semi-main. 146, our second rack of our 1720 Experts. Rengel, Schaefer, Leto, Smith, Bramer, and Maxey. Bramer carrying on down that number 1 for Supercross BMX. He's on that top spot. It's going to be the new guy, Cam Bramer, but he's got company right on that back tire. Coming on down that line, it's going to be Bramer sitting on that number 1. And the 62. Leto. For some reason, I completely lost track. 147 coming on down that line. It's going to be Kaminsky. Sitting on that one is Louis Kaminsky. And that 2-6 of Evan Sinchak on that number 2 transfer spot out of 147. All right, here we go. 21-25 Expert. Looking for 3 going on after that main. 148 is a moto number. 21-25 Expert. On that number 1, that's going to be the nag 7 of Coleman taking that top spot. I got that 2 bike and the nag 18. That 2 going to Terrence Williams and the nag 18 of Dan Paradine. 149, 26-35 Expert. Riders get staged up for the second round. We're looking for 1 coming on out to that main event. Right now, that's going to be that 5'7 bike of Charles Davis. Charles Davis on that number 1 for Powers Bike Shop. Taking that transfer spot in 149, 150, 36-40 Expert. 3 going on out. Oldham, Big Wayne, Johnson, Carter, Grubb, Custer, Robinson, and Rojas. It looks like on that number 1 spot right now, they were on Carter. Sitting on that top spot on that 41, I got Custer sitting on that number 2, and that 7 of Landon Johnson sitting on that number 3. 151, 41-45 Expert. Looking for 2 going on out. Burke, Skinner, Baquero, McKinney, Jackson, and the Big G. On that number 1 spot, that's going to be that nag 8 of Corey Skinner for Sia. Crossing that line, taking that first transfer spot. Second transfer spot going to the 17. Right? Or no, the 297 of Burks. Coming on down, that's going to be 152. I got the nag 7 of Drew Motley sitting on that number 1 spot, and the 3-1 of Fabian Gonzalez taking that second transfer spot. The rest of those riders going out to a combine for the second round. On out of the gate right now, we got the man, Shane Hatfield, Christopher Diaz, Michael Duke, and Jeremy Thompson. Right now, Diaz on the inside for Factory TNT, sitting on that number 2. We got Thompson on that number 2 now. Diaz sitting on that number 3. Duke sitting on that number 4 spot as they make their way around on that number 1. No, that's going to be the man, Shan Hatfield, sitting on that top spot. We're looking for 2. It's going to be Hatfield picking up that number 1. And that nag 4, Jeremy Thompson on that number 2, going to the main. Rest going to a combine. 154. Looking for 3 going on out. 51 and over expert. 154 coming on down to the line. That's going to be that national 5-2 of Lamagolia, followed up by the 1 and the 9. That 1 bike, that's going to be Billy Griggs. Lamaglia. And the 9 bike of Jody Adams. Lamaglia. Okay. DL. All right, here we go with our second round of our Pro Opens. We got Evan Schaefer, Braden the Bullet Kemple, Nathan Malacco, Justin Napper, and Victor Bem. All right, Pro Open snapping on out. Oh, it's going to be the Bullet shooting out of that gate right now on that number 1. We got Kemple sitting on that top spot. That's going to be Napper on that number 2. Bem sliding on up, taking over that number 2 spot for Colt Criminals sitting on that number 2 spot right now, but Alpha on that number 1. That's going to be the Bullet. Braden Kemple sitting on that top spot around in that last turn. He's taking off right now. It's going to be the Bullet sitting on that number 1 spot. We got Bem sitting on that number 2 as they're coming on down that last straight. It's going to be Napper sliding in on that 2. It's going to be Napper. Bem on that 3. All right, second rack of our Pro Open. We got Jenna Sagendorf, Kit Burke, Justin Malaya, and Johnny Vance. Oh, there they go. It's going to be on that 103. That's Johnny Vance, or the 99, sitting on that number 1 side right now. We got Burke on that number 2 for Valacious Sport. But right now, that 99 of Johnny Vance sitting on that top spot. Vance sitting on 1, Burke on 2, Malaya on that number 3, Sagendorf on that number 4 as they're coming around that last turn. Still sitting like that. It's going to be Johnny Vance sitting on that number 1 spot out of Baltimore. It's Vance with Burke sitting on that number 2. Oh, Burke at the line, going to get it. Burke, Vance. Steezy picking up that number 3, and Sagendorf on that 4. Into our 6 and under mixed opens. Out they come. We got Spinda, Sonic Sam, Gavin Toder, the Showtime, Luke Jennings. As they head around that backside right now. This is our 6 and under mixed open. Looking for the top 2 going on out to that main event. 2 racks of our 6 and under mixed open. We got a battle that's going to be the Gold Cup 2 of Toder sitting on that number 1 spot right now. Toder holding on to that number 1. As they make their way around that Gold Cup 2. Sitting on that number 1 of Toder on that number 2 spot. That's going to be that 117 of Brantley Spida. Spida picking up that second transfer spot. Toder picking up that number 1. Closing out our first round, or first rack of 6 and under. Second rack of 6 and under. Looking for 2 more going on out to the main. Williams, Hudzik, and Carroll. 3 riders. We got 1 out front of the other 2. Here he comes on that number 1. That's going to be the 500 bike of Bain Williams. Picking up that first transfer spot. Second transfer spot still open. 1 more to go as they're coming under. It's 6 and under mixed open. It's going to be that 229 of Brady Hudzik coming out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania for Super Duper Toy Shop. Picking up that second transfer side. 7-8 mixed open, looking for 2 more going on out. As they come down to that line, that's going to be the Nag 20 of Toscano on that number 1, and the Nag 3 of Callie Kopetsky taking that second transfer spot. In Moto number 6, 7-8 mixed open. Moto number 7. Cottrell, we got Moyer, Garcia, and Hudzik coming on down that line right now. It's going to be that 10 bike, and the 6-2 is Vicky G sitting on that number 1 right now. It's going to be Vicky G and Keenan Cottrell taking that second transfer spot out of moto number 7. Moto number 8, 9, 10 mixed open, looking for 4 of them going on out. That's going to be the end bike on that number 1 of Brindley sitting on that top spot. I got that 3-8 of Lyles sitting on that 2, the 6-5 of Hansberger on that 3, and finally that e-bike of Go Joe Smith closing out moto number 8. Moto number 9, 2 racks. I got that 13 of the Juice picking up that number 1, and the Gold Cup 3 of Baby Girl Chatham Ricks picking up that second transfer spot out of moto number 9. Moto number 10, the B bike or the R bike up there on that number 1. That's going to be Kate Claridge, the Cannonball, taking that first one for Rival Racing, and the 4-4 of Braden Bebe picking up that second transfer spot out of moto number 10. Moto number 11, 13, 14 mixed open. 4 of them going on out on that number 1 side right now. That's going to be the 7-4 bike of Orison sitting on that number 1 spot. I got Meck sitting on that number 2, followed up by the 3 and the 2. That's going to be Gabby Rawls picking up that number 3, and that 2 bike of Lotus Stotler picking up that number 4. Moto number 12, 15, 16 mixed open, 2 going on out. Davis, Kalani Smith, and Andy Limjoko. That's going to be the 10 bike of Davis, and the Monster picking up that number 2. Moto number 13, 6 and under open. 2 going on out. We got the Outlaw, Gavin Ton, Racing, Grayson Carr, and the Social D, Dylan Myers. K-bike of Gavin Ton for Wicked Racing out there on that number 1 right now. It's going to be Ton taking it off to the main event, and that Nag 19 of the Social D, Dylan Myers, going out to that main event in 6 and under open. 7-8 open, looking for 3 going is moto number 14 as they're coming around on that number 1. Top 3 going on out to that main event. That's going to be the 15 bike on that number 1, Riley Records sitting on that top spot. I got that 13 of Beatty sitting on that number 2, and the 17 of the Showman, Logan Hadley, sitting on that number 3, going on out to that main event. Moto number 15, 9-10 open, 2 going on out. The Madman, Turbo Rawlings, Mohawk Machine, and Espen Wilk. The C-bike of the Madman sitting on that number 1, and that 5 of Espen Wilk taking that second transfer spot out of moto number 15. We got 2 spots open on our 9-10 open. Here they come around on that number 1. That's going to be the Nag 14 of Britton Ryan sitting on that top spot. That number 2 transfer spot. We got 1 left racing on down to that line. It's going to the 1 bike of Palmer Ward for Bombshell Factory. Moto number 17, 11-12 open, 4 going on out to that main. Going to be closing it out. That's going to be that 7 bike. I'm sorry, the 1 bike, followed up by the 3-7, the 5, and the 3. That's Mason Hayes on that number 1. Mancuso picking up that number 2, the 5 of Spicer on that number 3, and the 3 bike of Aiden Reed on that number 4. Moto number 18 coming on down, top 2. I got the A and the R. The X-Man going on out, Ed Nyakosa sitting on that number 2. Moto number 19, 15-16 open, 2 going on out on that top spot. That's going to be Velocity. Preston Elliott sitting on that number 1 spot, and the 18 bike of Tyler Wheeler going on out. Closing out, 15-16 open. Moto number 20, 17-20 open, 2 going on out. Gavin Smith, the Soul Dog, and Mark Jackson. The L bike of Gavin Smith on the number 1 right now. I got that 17 bike of Mark Jackson for Bay Area BMXers on that number 1. Smith picking up that number 2. Motor number 21, 10 and under girls cruiser. On to the cruiser class. That's going to be Velocity sitting on that number 1 right now. We got a combine around that track. That's Izzy George sitting on that number 1 on that backside. Patrick sitting on that number 2 as they come around that third turn. It's going to be Izzy George on that number 1. We got Patrick on that number 2 spot. Cafferty sitting on that number 3. Down at the line, it's going to George picking up that 1. Patrick on that 2. Cafferty and the 3 bike of the Hammer, Chelsea Wilson. Motor number 23, 11-12 girls cruiser. 4 riders going on now. We got Velocity up there on the number 1 spot right now. That's going to be the Crazy Legs. Cameron Searfoss picking up that top spot. I got Perry followed up by the 5 of Meerkat and the Gold Cup 2 of Baby Girl, Chatham Ricks. Motor number 24, 13-14 girls cruiser coming on down the line. Top 2 going on out. The E-bike is right there. It's going to be the Movie Star picking up that number 1. And the D-bike of Riley Panucci picking up that second transfer spot. Make sure you're looking good and styling for that camera. We got Panucci out there right now taking pictures. Coming on down that line, that 5-4 bike. That's going to be the National 5-4. And the 1 bike of Kiara Maris picking up that number 2. 5-4 going to Shelby Elder. Motor number 26, 17-20 women's cruiser as they're coming down. 2 going on out. That's going to be that Gold Cup 1 of Haley Brown on that top spot. And Schlotterbeck, Sydney Schlotterbeck picking up that number 2 out of 26, 17-20 women's cruiser. 27, 21, 30 women's cruiser as they're coming around. Chapman, La Casa Blanca, and Taylor Hunt. That's going to be that Nag 5 of La Casa Blanca on that number 1. And Taylor Hunt going to be picking up that number 2 transfer spot out of 27. Motor number 28, 31, 35 women's cruiser. 2 going on out to that main event on that top side. That's going to be Ashley Della sitting on that number 1 right now. It's going to be Della sitting on 1 for the Bike Connection on that number 2. That's going to be the F-Bomb, Amanda Warner, sitting on that number 2 spot for 1-800-CHAOS. Coming down and across the line, top 2, it's going to be Della and Warner going on out to that main event. 29, 36-40 women's cruiser. Blackburn, McKay Troutman, and Kugler. 2 Gold Cup 1s coming on down right now. That's not going to be Blackburn. Blackburn taking that number 2 spot. And McKay Troutman picking up that number 1. Blackburn on 2. Motor number 30. 41, 45 women's cruiser 2 going on out. The Dust Bunny, Lindman, and Amaris. Amaris sitting on that number 2 for Velocity Bike Company on that number 1 spot. That's going to be Jennifer Lindman. Lindman coming on down on that number 1 for Super Duper Bike Shop. And on that number 2, Kelly Amaris going on out to the main in Moto number 30. '31, we got 46, 50 women's cruiser combine. I got that 9 bike bought up by the Gold Cup 2. The 2 and final spot, who's it going to be? That's going to go to the 5 bike. So that's going to Ramsey picking up that number 1. I got that Gold Cup 2 of Lanudo sitting on that number 2 spot. The 2 bike of Latham on that number 3, and that 5 of Renee Albright going on out to the main event in 46-50 women's cruiser. Motor number 33, 51, 55 women's cruiser 2 going on out. Haley Pearly Gore Schwartz walking off the track right now, and Suzanne Black is going to be the G bike of Suzanne Black sitting on that number 1. And Healy going to be sitting on that number 2. Eleanor Schwartz going to get cleaned up. She's just warming up for the weekend. Moto number 34, here we go, 7 and under cruiser, 2 going on out to that semi. We got 3 racks of our 7 and under cruiser. Looking for the 2, going to the semi. We got Peanut, Coop Dog, McKee, and Mighty Mouse. Battling it out down that third last straight. Here we go. We got that 2-3 on that number 1. That's going to be McKee. And the 66 and the 2-3. That's going to Mighty Mouse. Parker Graves sitting on that number 1. Mason McKee sitting on that number 2. Second rack of our 7 and under cruiser. Gold Cup 1 of Clyde the Slide Santos up there on that number 1 spot. And the 157 of David Crichon sitting on that number 2 in the 7 and under cruiser, moto number 35. Moto number 36 on the backside right now. We got Wyatt Clark, we got the Turtle, Liam Candia, and the Mohawk, Tommy Belcher. Belcher sitting on that number 1. That's going to be the Mohawk sitting on that top spot. I got Wyatt Clark sitting on that number 2, and the Turtle sitting on that number 3. As they're coming on down the line, it's going to be the Mohawk for Wicked Racing coming out of Ohio. Sitting on that number 1 is going to go to the Mohawk, and Clark picking up that number 2. Heading on out to the main in 7 and under cruiser. 37-8 cruiser, 3 going on out to the main. Coming on down at number 1 spot, that's going to be the Nag 2 of the kid, Marshall Warner. Followed up by Stavropoulos on that number 2. And motor number 38, combine coming on down. 9 cruiser looking for 4 on that number 1. I got that 5. The Gold Cup 1, the 2, and the 14 of Cafferty. That's going to Greenwell on that number 1. I got that 1 bike of Kopeski on that number 2. 44 going on out. I got the 1, the 4, the 9, and the Gold Cup 2. Gold Cup 1. That's going to go to Lang on that number 1 spot. I got that 4 of the Wild Man sitting on that number 2 spot. Followed up by that 9 of Steibel and the Gold Cup 2 of Washington. Next up, we got the 3, the 1, the 42 going on out. That's going to be that 3 bike right there of Sterlinski taking that number 1. We got the Gold Cup 1 of the Little Rocket, Fuster, sitting on that number 2. And the 42 of Wild West sitting on that number 3. Motor number 42 coming on down that line. I got Alex Marshall sitting on that number 1 spot. And the 258 or 358 of Del Vecchio taking that number 2 spot. Going on out to that main in motor number 42. Motor number 43, 2 rack, second rack of our 12 cruiser coming on down. 2 more going on out. We got Reed, Constantino, and Barnhart. Top 2 going on out. That's going to be that 4-3 bike of Aiden Reed on that number 1. And Barnhart picking up that number 2 spot in motor number 43. 44, 13 cruiser, 2 racks, 2 going on out to the main. Each rack on that number 1 right now. That's going to be R.J. Hancock for Rocket Racing sitting on that top spot as they're coming around that last turn. Right now it's going to be Hancock on that 1 and that 7. A little Wayne Hardman sitting on that number 2. Going on out to that main event. Motor number 45, Bettinger, Thomas, and Marshall. Bettinger sitting on that number 1 right now on that 225, and we got Marshall sitting on that number 2 spot. Both those riders going on out to that main. 46, 14 cruiser, 4 riders going on out. That's Powers Bike Shop up there on that number 1 spot right now. Bischoff sitting on that top spot as they're coming down to Gold Cup 3. It's going to be this Gold Cup 3, the 6-3, the 1, and the A, that Gold Cup 3. That's going to be the Undertaker sitting on that 1. We got the 6-3 of Bischoff sitting on that number 2. The 1 bike of Felser picking up that number 3. And the A bike of the X-Man going on out. In 47, here we go. 15 cruiser looking for 2. That's going to be the 30. And the Gold Cup 3 of Timothy House. Haney getting that number 1. Second rack of our 15 cruiser, 2 more going on out. That's going to be Eric Russ sitting on that number 1 spot right now, coming on down the line. Russ coming out of EHT, New Jersey. Y'all know that. It's going to be Russ sitting on that 1 and that 2 bike of the Coupe, Riley McGee, sitting on that number 2. Moto number 49, 16 Cruiser. 2 racks, 16 Cruiser as they're coming on down. That's going to be Velocity on that number 1, Michael Maris. With the Gold Cup 6 of Blake Powell sitting on that number 1. And the 10 bike of Amaris going on out to that main event in 16 Cruiser, moto number 49. Moto number 50, 2 more going on out to close 16 Cruiser. Right now we got Jameson on the inside. He's sitting on that number 2 spot. On that number 1, that's going to be Robbins. Down that line, it's going to be the Gold Cup 1 and the 12. That's Mayer on that number 1. Jameson sitting on that number 2. 51, 17, 20 Cruiser, 2 riders going on out. Shinchak, Chapman, and Showtime, Nicholas Schwartz. That's going to be the 8-6 of Evan Sinchak on that number 1. And the 1 bike of the Showtime, Nicholas Schwartz. Going to that main in 17-20 Cruiser. 21-25 Cruiser, total points. 52 is the moto number. 52, we got the Beans. We got R.J. Vargo and Terrence Williams. The 7 bike of Terrence Williams sitting on that number 1 right now. Down on that line, it's going to be the 7 of Williams on that number 1. We got Vargo on 2 and Williams on 3.
Moto 72, it's Gaz, like Oz. Moto 72, Gaz, like Oz.
72? Okay. Gaz. All right. 53, 31, 35 Cruiser. It's going to be Wagner sitting on that 1. We got total points. Wagner coming on down for skills. We got the 7 bike of Tony Cook. I am Cook Bicycles. And Chris Sutton on that number 3. Moto number 54. We got a Combine 3640 Cruiser coming on down that last straight right now. Combine. That's going to be the 387, the 4, the 3, and the 9. That's going to Oldham on that number 1. That 4 bike of Oliveira sitting on that number 2. The 3 bike of Grubb sitting on that number 3. And that 9 bike going on out of Lambert. Motor number 56, 41, 45. Looking for 2 going on out. I got that Gold Cup 1 of the Big G. And the 6 bike of Corey Mitchell. Closing out motor number 56, 41, 45. Cruiser. 57 Combine, 4650 Cruiser as they're coming on down right now on that number 1 spot. That's going to be that Nag 3. I got the 3, the 9, and the 29. That's going to that Nag 9 of Thompson on that number 1. We got Hexmeyer on that number 2 spot. Motley picking up that number 3. And finally, it's going to be Christopher Wood closing out. 4650 Cruiser, 5155 Cruiser. The 4 bike coming on down. That's going to be McLean sitting on that top spot. I got that 2-5 of Holda sitting on that number 2. 1 more transfer spot going to that 5-2 of Terry Beam. Motor number 60, 5660 Cruiser. 2 going on out. We got the Hammer, Mike Schwartz, Lawrence Dunn, and Frank Bohannon. Bohannon sitting on that number 2 spot right now. It's going to be Dunn sitting on that 1. As they come down to the line, it's going to 1 for Tidewater and Grons Racing. Frank Bohannon picking up that number 2 in motor number 60, 5660 Cruiser. 5 and under novice is on the track. As they're making it away, motor number 61. 5 and under novice. Looking for 2 going on out to that main. We got 2 racks of our 5 and under novice. I love seeing that. There they come. It's going to be that 214 of the Tank, Colton Baum, sitting on that top spot. And the 154 of the Boogie Bomb, Cameron Records, picking up that number 2 transfer spot. Out of 61, our second rack of our 5 and under novice, motor number 62. Heading into that first turn. That's going to be the Mean Muggin, Carter Patrick, Charlotte Word, Robbie Pettinelli, and Cruisin' Colty, along with Brianna Windows. on that number 1 as they're coming around that third turn right now. As they make their way down, we're looking for the top 2 going on out to that main event in moto number 62. That's going to be that 33 of Brianna Windows sitting on that number 1 spot. Brianna Windows sitting on 1. I got that 9-8 of Cruising Colty Lyles sitting on that number 2. Closing out our 5 and under novice main. 63, 6 novice, 3 going. We got Jennings, Wooten, Lang, and Pettinelli. Where am I? There I am. Oh. Moto number 63, 6 novice. All right, big round of applause on that number 1 right now. Time to shine. That's going to be Noelle Wooten, I believe, out there on that number 1, but driving down low. Yeah, Wooten sitting on that number 2 spot right now, but on that number 1, ooh, I got that 361 of Bibo Lang sitting on that top spot. We're taking 3. It's going to go Lang, followed up by Wooten on that number 2. And that final spot going to 165 of Showtime, Luke Jennings. Moto number 64, 7 novice, 2 going on out to that main event. That's going to be Beep Beep Smith, Blake Doherty, and the Mighty Mouse, Addison and Orson. 2 going on out to that main. Here they come down around that last turn, looking at that stripe. It's going to be that 33 of the Mighty Mouse, Addison Orson on that number 1, and that 2-6 of Haley Smith. Beep, beep. There she goes. She thinks she's a Jeep. Moto number 658, novice total points. We got Kaylee McKay Troutman, Autumn Bem, and OV, Olivia Wooten. Bem sitting on that number 2 spot right now. As they're coming around that last turn, it's moto number 658, novice. That's going to be the 3-5 bike of Troutman on that number 1. We got Autumn Bem on that number 2, and OV, Olivia Wooten, sitting on that number 3 in 65. 66, 10 novice, 4 going on out to that main, looking to close out that main. We got 5 riders out there, 6 riders out there right now. As they come down, it's going to be the 820 on that number 1 of Coppage taking that top spot. I got that 7 bike of the T-Bird sitting on that number 2, followed up by the 30 and the 15. That's going to Stiebel on that number 3, and the 15 of Waddell on that number 4 in 66. 67, we got total points, 11 novice coming on down. That's going to be Salvatore Cristaldi on that number 1. It's Cristaldi and the 13 bike of the Hare, Haley Candia on that number 2 spot with the cooler, Chloe Wooten picking up that number 3 out of 6-7. 68, 12 novice coming out of the gate right now. It looks like 2 riders showing up, 2 riders going on out. The Gunslinger, Colburn, and Mathis. The Gunslinger sitting on that number 2 spot right now. And Abigail Mathis sitting on that number 2. It's going to be the Gunslinger on the 1, Mathis on 2. Both those riders going on out to the main, but as they come down and around that last turn, it's going to be for Wicked Racing, the Gunslinger, Haley Barry, and Abigail Mathis picking up that number 2 spot in moto number 68. 69 is the moto number. 13 novice is the class. We're looking for 2 going on out to that main event. Looking to close out the 13 novice main. Brody Johnson, Sayla Mason, and Carly Perry. Perry's on the inside right now. And no, that's going to be the 397 of Mason. And the 430 of Brody Jensen. Moto number 70, 16 novice coming on down. Now 194 of Tyler Dillard going to be picking up that number 1. Lucien Cristaldi picking up that number 2 coming out of Mays Landing, New Jersey. Barnhart going to be picking up that number 3. Moto number 71, McKinley, the Dragon, and Van Dyke. On that number 1 right now. It's going to be that 790 bike of Devin McKinley picking up that first transfer spot. Second transfer spot, looks like it's going to the 338 of Daniel Van Dyke. 72, 36, 40. Novice total points as they're coming around. On that number 1, that's going to be the 413 of guys on that top spot. And on that number 2, it's going to be the 812 of McClanahan. McLennan on that 2, Conley on that 3 out of 72. 73, 46, 50 novice. Looking for 3 going on out to that main event. Hancock, Gardner, Costa, and Thomas the Train trucking on through, sitting on that number 2 right now. That's going to be Thomas the Train Moore. We got Hancock on 1. Team Heckler sitting on that number 2 with Moore. And Kelly Gardner on that number 3. Okay. All right, 74. 74's on the track. We're looking for 2 going on after the main. We got 2 racks of our 6 intermediate. We are on into the intermediate second round. On that top spot, coming on down on that number 1. That's going to be that nag. No, that's the 667 of Bentley on that number 1. And the 145 of Vincent Semplace sitting on that number 2 out of motor number 74, 6 intermediate. Second rack of our 6 intermediates in the gate right now. $75, 6 intermediate. Little Beast, Brantley Spinda, Sonic Sam, Gavin Toder, and Aubrey Della. On that top spot, that's going to be that Gold Cup of Toder sitting on that top spot right now. Brantley Spida on that number 2 spot as they're heading into that third turn. We're looking for the top 2 right now. We got Toder and Spida, 1 and 2, trying to break away from the pack as they head into that last turn. 2 spots left. It's going to be that Gold Cup 2 of Gavin Toder. Down and across the line, heading out to that main event. Toder going on out. Now 117 of Brantley Spinda going on out, closing the main for 6 intermediate. Motor number 76, 2 racks for 7 intermediate, 2 going on out. Hudzik, Cottrell, Larkin, Windows, Coop Dog, Cafferty. Cafferty sitting on that number 3 or 2 spot right now, coming out of that last turn. It's going to be Cafferty sitting on that number 2. On that number 1, no, that's going to be that 5-3 of Blake Windows. Windows coming across on that number 1 spot. It's going to be Cafferty getting up that number 2. Motor number 77, our second rack of our 7 intermediate. The Coop Man, Jarrett LaFerrari, and Toscano along with Souza. On that number 1 right now, that's going to be that 2-8 of Gusev LaFerrari. Picking up that number 1 spot right now. And on that number 2, it's going to be the Nag 20 of No, Grayson Toscano. 78, 8 intermediate, looking for 3. Closing out that main event right now. We got Velocity sitting on that number 1 spot. That's going to be Lightning Max Moyer sitting on that top spot as he comes down and across that line at 4-7. It's going to be Moyer, followed up at a 231 of P. Diddy Hammer. And the 267 of Breck Skinner picking up that 3rd transfer spot, going on out to that main. 3 racks of our 9 intermediate. Going on to that 9 intermediate, 2 going to the semi of Alos, the Cowboy, Dallas Orison, Grant Dillon, and Cruz Hansberger. As they head into that last turn right now on that number 1. That's going to be the 14 of Avalos sitting on that number 1 spot. 1 more going on out to that semi. That's 6'5" of the Cruiser, Cruz Hansberger. Moto number 80. 2 more going on out to that semi. We got Blackman, the Jet, and Lacey. 2 riders looking to head out to that semi main. It's coming on down. 3 racks of 9 intermediate. 2 going on out to that semi on that number 1 right now. That's going to be that 10 bike. That 10 bike of Pace and Lacey. On that number 1 spot, that second transfer spot going to the 146 of the Jet, Kyle Jennings. 3rd rack of our 9 intermediate. We got Jarrells, Go Joe Smith, and Noah Parkinson. The Gold Cup 3 of Parkinson on that number 1 right now, and that 17 bike of Corinne Jarrells picking up that number 2. Motor number 82's on the track. We're looking for 4 and 10 intermediate going on out to that main event on that number 1 spot. That's going to be the 6'8" of MJ Gross sitting on that top spot, followed up by David Hayden Jr., the 1-2-3 and the 1-7-4. That's going to be Weaver on that number 3 and Gerald Hart on that number 4. 83 coming on down, 2 of them going on out on that number 1 spot. That's going to be the 115 of Transu. Oh, the 158 and the 115. Sosha on that number 1 spot. And Transu on that number 2. 84 coming around that back turn right now. It's going to be the Bombshell, Bam Bam Collins, and Cam Callow. Top spot, looking at that 207 of Callow on that number 1 spot, and the 29 of Bam Bam Collins picking up that number 2 transfer spot. 85 coming on down the line. It's 12 intermediate on that top side. I'm seeing that 60 of Boyle picking up that first transfer spot. The 29 of Roy and the 44 of Beebe going on out to that main event. Motor number 86. It's 13 intermediate, 2 going on out to that main. We got Farmer, Gillum, and Transu. The 866 of Jackson Gillum on that number 1 heading to the main, and the 14 of Matty Transu out of Severn, Maryland heading on out to that main event in 86. 87, 14 intermediate, 2 going on out to the main. We got 2 racks of our 14 intermediates. Kai Archer, Christopher Orson, and Aaron Beam. As they come down, it's going to be Orson on that number 1 for On 2 Wheels, and the G-Bike of Kai Archer for Positive Impact. 88, Luke Palmore, Carter Chandler, and Joseph Shaw. On that number 1, it's going to be the 101 of Shaw taking that first transfer spot. Second transfer spot going to the 109 of Luke Palmore. '89 is the moto number. We're looking for 3. We got Purdue, Angeletti. We got the Big Tasty and Sandridge. Big Tasty on that number 1 right now with that Gold Cup 3. It's going to be the Big Tasty taking that first transfer spot right there. And we got the 199 and the 45. That's going to Purdue on that number 2. 7. We will be rerunning your moto. Moto number 77. the Coop Man, Cooper Jarrist, Mark Gusev, Grayson Toscano, and Thiago Souza. Moto number 77, please come to staging. Moto number 77, head to staging, please. Moto number 77, please head to staging. All right, moto number 90's coming out of the gate. You got 16 intermediate, looking for 2 going on after that main. We got the Weasel, Brittany Spangler, Jordan Carter, and Bryce Skinner. Skinner sitting on that number 2 right now on that 296. It's going to be Bruce Skinner on that number 2 spot. On that number 1, that's going to be Jordan Carter on that top spot, pushing them on down. 7, 8, 9. It's going to be Carter on that number 1. Skinner going to be picking up that number 2 in moto number 90. Moto number 91, 1720 intermediate. Farmer, Lehman, and Nadler as they're coming around that backside on that number 1. That's going to be the 7-9 of Jacob Farmer on that number 1 spot, and the 7-7 of Nadler on that number 2, going on out to that main event. 92, 26-35 intermediate. 2 open spots. We got Boogie Sparks, Woody Wood, and Chris Gravel. It's the 112 of Kyle Wood. Old Woody going on out, and the 3, Gold Cup 3 of George Sparks for Rollout Racing. 93, 41, 45 intermediate total points. Novak, Avery, and Bello on that 6-9 bike. That's going to be Jason Avery sitting on that number 2 spot. On that number 1 coming on out for Time to Shine. Len Novak going to be getting that 1. Avery going to be picking up that number 2. And that 135 of Bello on that number 3. Motor number 94. 46-50 intermediate 2. Riders going on out. Palmer, Kubilis, and Cassidy. That's going to be Kubilis for Team Heckler BMX on that number 1 spot. And that 4-8 of Joey Cassidy closing it on out. Moto number 95, 6 girls expert. The Blue Cheetah, Sawyer Smith. We got the Crazy Cat, Kalani Gray, and Christina Biskupski. Biskupski sitting on that number 3 right now. We got the Blue Cheetah sitting on that number 1. She's breaking away from that pack right now. It's going to be the Blue Cheetah coming on down the line on that 1. On that number 2 right now, that's going to be that Gold Cup 1. It's going to be Gray picking up that number 2, and Biskupski on that number 3. Motor number 96, 7 girls expert, another total points as they make their way down on that number 1 right now. That's going to be a nag bike. That's Peyton Bruni sitting on that number 1 spot for Ride Like a Girl. Bruni going to be getting that number 1. I got that Gold Cup 3 of Callie Kopetsky on that 2. And Vicky G sitting on that number 3. 96, 97's 8 expert girls. Cooper Jarrist, please come to staging. Cooper Jarrist, please come to staging. Coming on down, motor number 97. Look for the top 2 8 girls. I got that 9 and the 3. That's going to be Buggy Tatum Eldridge on that number 1, and that 3 bike of the closer, Callie Kutris. Motor number 98, 9 girls expert. 3 coming on down. It's going to be that Gold Cup 1 of Izzy George, followed up by the N and the 5. That's going to be Brindley sitting on that number 2, and Wenzel sitting on that number 3, going on out to that main.
We're down to 10 of the USA BMX page signups.
All right, motor number 99. I got that 2 bike of Gilman, and the 8 of Patrick, and the Gold Cup 3 of Cafferty. 11 girls expert, look for 3. Coming on down 3 wide. I got the Gold Cup 1, the 1, and the 23. That's going to be Crazy Legs. Cameron Searfoss on that number 1 spot. I got the 1 bike of the Jump Start on that number 2, and that 23. He's going to Boyd, closing out moto number 100. Moto number 101, 12 girls expert, look for 3 going on out. That's going to be the 7 bike, the Nag 9, and the 3. That Nag 7. That's going to be Not True. Cooper Jarris, you need to be at staging right now. Cooper Jarris, you need to be at staging right now. 102 coming on down. That's going to be Lotus Stotler on that number 1 spot. Looking for 2. And the 4 bike of the Ginger Snap. You don't want to make that Ginger Snap. 103 coming around that backside. All right, here we go. It is getting wet. Keep it down. Keeping it rubber side down. I got that T bike and that 3. That's going to Nails on that number 1 and that 3 bike of Emma Martin for Alto Wrecking Crew picking up that number 2. 104, 14 expert girls. 2 going on out to that main event as they come around. I got Velocity sitting on that number 1. That's going to be Kiera Amaris. Sitting on that top spot, that Gold Cup 3. Amaris going to come down in that 3 bike of Gabby. Oh, the B bike sliding in there of Kayla Warner. Getting that transfer spot. 105 coming around. I got that Gold Cup 2. That's going to be the Movie Star sitting on that number 1 spot right now. And I got that 12 bike of Yakelson sitting on that number 2. Okay. All right. This is moto number 106, 15-16 girls expert. We got the F bike coming on down. That's going to be Pulaski sitting on that top spot. And the 6-6 or 8-6 of Piper Yakelson for Box Components sitting on that number 2. Oh, yeah. Get yourself one of the event T-shirts. You got Piper Yakelson on that T-shirt. Make sure you get yourself one of those event T-shirts. All right, we're going to be on a brief rain delay. Once this rain stops, we will be back on that track. So we will be taking a brief rain delay. You can still head over to On Two Wheels, get some parts, some service. USA BMX racewear while you're over there. Try to stay dry. Buy yourself an umbrella. Buy yourself a face mask. Buy yourself an event T-shirt. Get Piper Yakelson on your back.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down. Stay strong, be free, be who you wanna be. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful.
So we cleaned off that track. We are back on moto number 77. We're going to be running that one right now. It's going to be Coopman, Cooper Jarrist, De La Ferrari, Mark Gusev, Grayson Toscano, and Thiago Souza. All right, we are rerunning this. That wind picked up, threw an umbrella on the track. So they cleaned it up, rinsed off the track, and we're doing it again as they're coming around that third turn. Right now, that's going to be Toscano sitting on that number 2 spot. We got Gusev sitting on that number 3 as they're heading around that last turn right now. Gusev sitting on that number 1. He got first that last transfer. Oh, coming around, that's going to be the 2-8. That's going to be LaFerrari. Mark Gusev picking up that first transfer spot, and Toscano picking up that second transfer spot in moto number 77. 107, 15, 16. Girls expert. We are back on track, all nice and clean. That's going to be Slaughterbeck sitting on that number 2 spot. As they make their way down, it's going to be Rodan on that number 1. It's Rodan picking up that top spot. And the 10 bike of Jenna Davis at the line. Motor number 108, 17, 20, women's expert. Looking for 2 going on out. Valentina Davos, Haley Brown, and Scoops, Katie Brink. As they make their way down, that's going to be on that number 1, that 5 bike of Davalos on that number 1, and that 2 bike of Katie Brink picking up that number 2 out of 108. 109, 31, 2130, women's expert. 2 going on out. We got Rebecca Robinson, Taylor Hunt, and Cassidy Ellis. That's going to be Cassidy Ellis sitting on that number 1 spot right now, taking her way to the main event. And the 1 bike of La Casa Blanca taking that second transfer spot. Motor number 110, 31, 40, women's expert. As they come down, it's 110, looking for the top 2. I got that nag 10 of the F-bomb, Amanda Warner, sitting on that number 1. And the 8 of Katie Piatti, sitting on that number 2. 111 is the moto number, 41 and over, women's expert. 2 going on out. I got Lathan Moore and Mama Marge. Hey, who's that? That's going to be that 10 bike, not in a Heckler jersey. I think she needs a new one. Becky Moore up there on that number 1, and that nag 10 of Marge Kaminsky. Mama Marge for Crank Out Racing on that number 2, going on out to the main. Motor number 112, 5 and under expert. Total points. We got the Kamikaze, Jacob Caldwell, Racing Grayson Carr, and Social D, Dylan Myers, nag 5 of the Kamikaze down at the line on that 1. I got Racing Grayson sitting on that number 2. 113, 6 expert, 4 going on out. Here they come. We're looking for the top 4 right now. On that top side, it's going to be the nag 2 of the Moto Slayer, followed up by the K, the Gold Cup 1, and the 54. That's going to go to Moto Slayer on that 1 spot. We got the Outlaw on that number 2, the 6-1. Or the Gold Cup 1, I'm sorry, of the Atom Bomb on that 3. And the 54 of the Turtle, picking up that last transfer spot in 113. 114, 7 expert, 2 going on out to the main. David Crichon, we got Wyatt Clark, and Isaiah Salerno. That's Salerno sitting on that number 2. Clark on that 3. And Crichon sitting on that number 1 as they're coming on down to that line, pumping through that last straight, getting those pedals in. Here they come. It's bar to bar. It's going to be that 14 of Isaiah Salerno and that 39 of Crichon. Picking up that number 2, going on out to that main event in 114. Second rack of our 7 experts. 115 is the motor number. We got Dynamite, Benny Bryce, Logan Custer, Mason McKee. That's Custer sitting on that number 2 spot. Logan Custer, Black Crown on that number 2. I got that 47 of the Dynamite. Benny Bryce sitting on that number 1. Bryce going on out along with Custer to the main. 116, 8 expert. 2 to the semi. We got the Mohawk, Nico Skinner, and Mike Avalos. That's going to be that 13 of the Mohawk sitting on that number 1 spot, and the 12 of Avalos going on out to that semi-main in 116, 117, second rack of 3 out of 8 expert. We got the Little Machine, Brody Ryan, and the Hurricane, Kai Gray. Gray on the inside. It's going to be Gray for Wicked Racing. We got the Little Machine sitting on that number 2, coming on down that line, taking those top 2 to semi. It's going to go Gray and Andrade. Motor number 8, 118, last rack of our 8 experts. The Natural, Landon Burr, Jensen Cole, and the wild card, Chance Hall. That's going to be the nag 11 of Jensen Cole, the Taylor Pork Roll, sitting on that number 1, and that 1 bike of the wild card, Chance Hall, sitting on that number 2 for Bombshell Factory. 119, 3 racks of R9 experts, 2 going on out to that semi. That's going to be the Salad King sitting on that number 1 spot right now. It's Franklin Webb for 1-800 Chaos and that Gold Cup 3 of Jackson Kopetsky sitting on that number 2 as they come down and across that line out to the main. Motor number 120, Ward, Transu, Graves, and Cafferty. Palmer Ward sitting on that number 1 for Bombshell. Sitting on that top spot, I got that 2-1 of Blake Graves for for S Squared Maryland. Taking his way out to that semi-main in 120. 121, we got the Ninja, Noah Tenna, Espen Wilk, and Graydon Goris. The Nag 8 coming on down of Goris taking that first spot. And Espen Wilk going to be taking that second transfer spot out to the semi in 122. 122 is on the track right now. 10 Expert taking 2 to the main. Woodall, Rawlings, and Martin. It's going to be that 22 of Woodall on that number 1 and that 41 of Turbo Ty Rawlings for Alpha Development sitting on that number 2. Motor number 123, second rack of 4 of our 10 experts as they're coming on down that line is going to be Rocket Man, Elliott Pettit sitting on that top spot. It's going to Pettit, 1-800 Chaos, and styling it out. It's going to be Maddox Vicario, the Madman. Motor number 124, rack number 3 of 4 as they come around. It's Britton Bryan. We got the Wild Man and Tegan Stibel on that top side going out to that semi. It's going to be Stibel, and the 1 bike is going to be the Wild Man of Tonkovich taking that number 1 and Stibel picking up that number 2 to the semi. Last rack of our 10 expert. 2 more going on out. We got Vroom, Sims, and Lang. The Gold Cup 2 of Lang going to be taking that 1, and that final spot is going to that 5 bike of Declan Sims. Motor number 126, hustling on down that line right now. We're looking for 2. It's 11 Expert. That's going to be that Gold Cup 2 of Tucker Rouse on that number 1 spot. And that 9 of Taylor Cole picking up that number 2. Ooh, I hear Ryder going down on that 3rd turn right now. That's going to be the Skull Crusher. Gavin Mendito sitting on that number 1 side. Mendito coming on down. He's crushing skulls. The Skull Crusher sitting on that number 1 spot. Factory TNT is going to go to Mendito and that 2 bike of Storm and Norman.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the Fit Lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
A little Rocket finishing it out. $128.12 Expert coming on out of the gate right now. It looks like Reeder going out for the whole shot right now on out number 1. It's going to be V-Dub sitting on that number 2 spot. Oh, check him out. V-Dub sitting on that number 2 as they come around that backside. We got Dylan Reeder on that number 1 coming out of Wildmore, California for Bombshell Factory. It's going to be Reeder, Aldshorn, 1 and 2. We're looking for the top 2 going on after that semi. It's going to be Reed sitting on that number 3 spot. But down at the line, it's going to be Dylan Reeder on that number 1 spot. And V-Dubs on that number 2 for Powers Bike Shop. 129. We got the D-Train, Dominic Toscano, Wild Thing, Johnny Rocket Del Vecchio in the Ripper, Griffin Keller on that number 1 right now, making his way around for Powers Bike Shop. That's going to be the Ripper sitting on that top spot. We got Johnny Rocket sitting on that number 2, going on now to that semi-main. Motor number 130. De Blasio, Barnhart, Voss, and Hessel. Hessel sitting on that number 2 spot right now. That's going to be that K-Bike of De Blasio coming out of Trilogy Park for Answer Army National. Sitting on that number 1 is going to be De Blasio and Hessel going on out to that semi-main. All right, that closes out our 12 experts, 13 experts coming at you right now. We got 2 going out to that semi. We got R.J. Hancock, Stephen Thomas, and Ty Young. The NAG 14, a Young going on out, and that 245 of Stephen Thomas. Closing out motor number 131, 132, Nykosa, Kelbley, and Gebhardt. That's going to be Gebhardt sitting on that number 1 spot right there, the R-Bike of Nykosa on that number 1 right now, and that 215 of Gebhardt with Kelbley missing out. Motor number 133, we got Marshall, O'Neill, and Thomas. That's going to be that NAG 12 coming across. That's Brady O'Neill on that number 1, and that 5 bike of Max Marshall for Toxic Racing. Motor number 134. 4 groups of our 14 expert. Looking for 2 going on out to our semi. We got B Smooth, the Wild Man. We got Fisher and the TNT coming on down. That's going to be the Wild Man on that number 1 going out to that semi. And that 20 bike of Cassius Fisher going on out in 134. 135. Tomboli, Marin, Dodd, and Felser. We're looking for the top 2. Here they come. Oh, it's going to be that 4 bike of Felser sitting on that number 1 and on that number 2 spot. It's going to be that 12 of Marin. 136. As they make their way down, it's going to be that 5 of Rest Pass going on out to that semi. And Herrera going to be going on out to that semi in 14 expert. Final rack of our 14 experts right now. 2 going on out to that semi. Jonah, the Undertaker, Graves. We got the Big Crank, Ryan Scott, and Talon Lawthorne. That's going to be that 2 of the Undertaker, killing them all, sorting them out later. It's going to be that 2-9 of the Big Crank.
I have a question about who transferred in 104.
138 coming on down the line at NAG 10. That's going to be Pesoro and the C-Bike of the Hitman going on out in 138. Second rack of our 15 expert. That's going to be House. House sitting on that number 1. Ball Savage on that number 2. Ball Savage on that Gold Cup 3. Coming on down for Chippendale Bike Shop. And House for Racer Army on that number 2. All right, let's hear it for our down riders. They're up, going to be riding it out. $140, 15 expert is a class. As they come around, it's Wheeler, Mendito, Haney, and Avalos. Mendito sitting on that number 2 spot right now. On that number 1. That's going to be Trujillo. Trillo airing it out on that number 1 spot. We got Mendito on that number 2. Powers Bike Shop, TNT, looking for those transfer spots out to that semi. We're taking the top 2, going to that semi. Here they come down that line on that number 1. That's going to be Trulillo on, no, I'm sorry, the 20 bike of Heaney on that top spot. I apologize. That's going to be Heaney and Mendito going on out to that semi main. 141, our final rack of our 15 experts. 2 going to that semi. McCabe, Perry, and Wethen. It looks like Perry on that top side right now. Connor Perry going on out to that semi. Got that F bike of McCabe right on that number 2. Going out to semi in 141. 142, 16 expert. We got 3 racks of our 16 experts. 2 of them going to be going out to that semi main. Fuller, Henyo, and Bremer. Looks like 2 riders showing up, going to be finishing it out right now. That's going to be Bremer sitting on that number 2 spot. On that number 1, that's going to be Esteban Henyo getting that number 1 spot, going on out to that semi. 143 coming right down on his back tire. That's going to be Stoberinski, Haas, and the Jet. That top spot's going to be Haas sitting on that number 1, that 3 of the Jet, going on out to that semi in 143. 144, Stripling, Demersky, and Quick Nick Stymus. Demersky on that number 2 spot right now as they come around that last turn is going to be Demersky, and that 2 of Quick Nick sitting on that number 1 is going to be Stymus picking up that 1. Demersky picking up that number 2. 145.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age, and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders get 4 semis, get up to staging. We are staging up our semis. All riders, if you had semis, get up to staging. We're getting ready to run them off. All riders up to staging for semi. We're going off with moto number 1, 7 and under cruiser. All right, here we go with our 7 and under cruiser class. They are going on out. We got Krishon sitting on that number 3 spot right now. That looks like that's going to be Clark sitting on that number 6. Dynamite Bryce out there. Benny Bryce. We got the GQ. Grayson Novak. Bryson Carroll. Mason McKee. David Krishon. Wyatt Clark on the track right now. As they're coming around, that's going to be the 157 of Krishon sitting on that number 1. Fire, high performance. As they make their way around that last turn, coming on down the line, we're losing one. There they come. And it's going to be on that top side. That's going to be that 3-4 bike. That's going to be Novak sitting on that number 1. I got that 55, the 157, and the 23, followed up by the 47 of Clark. That's going to be the GQ, Grayson Novak on that number 1. Bryson Carroll sitting on that number 2. Krishon on that number 3. And finally, it's going to be Wyatt Clark on that number 4.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
T-shirts. All right, our down riders are up. Going to be riding it out. All right, motor number 2, our second rack of our 7 and under cruisers. Here they go out there on that number 1. I know who that's going to be. That's going to be Clyde the Slide Santos sitting on that top spot right now. We got Santos going around leading the pack out of that second turn. Santos still sitting strong on that number 1. We're taking 2 down on that second turn. Santos sitting on that top spot. That's going to be the Moto Slayer sitting on that number 2, I think it is. On that number 3. That's going to be the Showman as they come down and around. That's going to be Cruzy the Racer sitting on that number 3. But Clyde the Slide sitting on that number 1. I got that 17 of the Showman on that number 2. Cruzy the Racer sitting on that number 3 in that final one. Going to that 705 of the Tomahawk. Tommy Belcher. Semi number 3, we got 9 intermediate. 4 of them going on out. Ben Lyles, we got the Big Bacon, Benjamin Johnson, Michael Liberto, Alex Avalos, the Jet, Kyle Jennings, and Corinne Geralds. As they come down that backside over there, down that 3rd straight. That looks like Lacey sitting on that number 1 spot right now. I'm sorry, no. That's going to be Gerald sitting on that number 1 spot right now as they head around that last turn. 1 going down. They're pushing on down. We're taking the top 4 as they come down to that line on that number 1. That's going to be the 38 of Lyle sitting on that top spot. I got the 182 of Liberto sitting on that 2. The 27 of the Big Bacon. And the 17 of Corinne Geralds on that number 4. Semi number 4, we got the bobblehead, Little Monster, Grub, Cruiser, Lacey, and Parkinson. Coming on down that line on that number 1. That's going to be the 16 of the bobblehead, Hargrove sitting on that number 1. Hargrove going to be taking that 1. I got Grub sitting on that 2. The 65 of Cruiser and the 282 of the Little Monster, Austin Fuller, taking that number 4, going on out to that main event. 8 Expert, semi number 5. All right, they're coming on down. This is going to be 8 Expert. Semi number 5, Riley Records, Andrew Probert, Rage and Adrian Pettit. We got the Mohawk, Michael Beatty. Little Machine, Andreas Andrade, and Jensen Cole. On that top spot right now, that's going to be the Little Machine. I think that's a Nag 15. Oh, 2 riders going down. That's going to be that 12 bike. Probert sitting on that number 1 right now, but he's got company from LTR. Sliding in there right now. Oh, another one going down. Oh, they're thinning the pack right now. The top riders have gone down. We got 2 left coming on down. That's going to be that 13 bike. The Mohawk sitting on that number 1, or that number 2. I got that 15. O'Reilly Records sitting on that number 1. Followed up by the 15 on that 3. And the 2 of Raging Adrian Pettit on that 4. Thank you. If you misplaced your keys, they are at concession. If you misplaced your keys, they are at concession stand. So make sure you check and got your keys. If not, thank you very much for the car. All right. He's up on his feet right now. All right. Let's hear it for our down rider. Going to be pedaling it out. Don't forget, it's only day number 1. This wonderful 3-day national. Semi number 6, 8 expert. Second rack of our 8 expert. We got Stavropoulos. We got the kid, Marshall Warner. Aiden Trumpeter, Mike Avalos, the Hurricane, Kai Gray. We got the wild card, Chance Hall. That's going to be Trumpeter up there on that number 1 spot right now. But there's the kid sliding on the outside for 1-800 Chaos. The Hurricane sitting on that number 3. Stavropoulos on the bubble. He's on that number 4 spot. As they're coming around right now, that's going to be the kid, Marshall Warner, sitting on that number 1 for 1-800 Chaos. Called out. Here they come. It's going to be Warner sitting on that top spot. We got Trumpeter sitting on that number 2 spot. Down and across that line, airing it out. Warner, Trumpeter. I got that 1 bike of the wild card and the 12 of Avalos. Semi number 7, 9 expert. First rack of our 9 expert. Coming around on that number 1. That's going to be the Gold Cup 2 of Killing It. Killian Santos sitting on that number 1 spot. He's going on out to that main event. I got that 9 bike. That's going to be Skinner sitting on that 2. The 1 and the 2-5. That's Palmer Ward taking that 3. And the Salad Kid, Franklin Webb, sitting on that number 4. It is day number 1. Semi number 8, second rack of our 9 experts. Oliver Crane. We got the Prodigy, Preston Espelta. We got D.D. Bowman, Jackson Kopeski, Blake Graves, and Braden Goris. Oh, that's D.D. Bowman out there on that number 1 side right now for answer. Is going to be Bowman coming around out of Woodland Park, New Jersey. Bowman sitting on that number 1. On that number 2. That looks like that's going to be Goris sitting on that number 2 spot coming out of Ormond Beach, Florida for Black Crown. As they come down to that line right now, it's going to be Bowman sitting on that top spot. I got that Nag 8 of Goris sitting on that number 2. I got that 3 bike. And the Gold Cup 3. That's Espelta picking up that number 3 spot. And Kopeski. Okay. Semi number 9, 10 expert. Word, the Badnator, Zaniac, Spin to Win, Woodall, Rocketman, Wildman, and Diesel. They're coming on down. I got that A bike, Word, sitting on that number 1 spot. That 2 bike, the Gold Cup 2 of the Zaniac, sitting on that number 2. I got the Nag 8 going on out. And the B, that's going to be the Badnator. and the B bike of the Rocket Man, Elliot Pettit, for 1-800 Chaos. Oh, all bunched up coming out of that second turn. That's going to be semi number 10. Okay. In moto number, or semi number 8, it's going to be Bowman on that number 1. Gorse on that number 2. The Prodigy on that number 3, and Oliver Crane on that number 4. Coming on down moto number 10, I got the Nag 12, the 3, the 2-3, and the 9. That's going to be Wagoner on that number 1 spot. I got the King sitting on that number 2. The 23, that's going to be Stybell sitting on that number 3 spot, and the 9 bike. That was the 9 bike, right?
12, 3, 23, and 2.
Oh, the 2 bike, okay, of Lang. Semi number 11, 12 Expert. Ooh, I hear them slide in that second or third turn, but they're coming on out on that number 1 right now. That's going to be the top side, the Nag 3 of Bruni. Bruni sitting on that number 1 for Full Tilt Radio. On that 2, that's going to be Allen. De Blasio on that number 4. McCain on that 3. Semi number 12, Marshall, Gomalicki, Ride is Ride. We got Dylan Reeder, the Ripper, Griffin Keller, and Tyler Hessel. Gomalicki out there leading the pack around that second turn right now. It's going to be Gomalicki out of Bay Area BMX. 5-1-0 on that number 2 spot. That's going to be Tyler Hessel sitting on that 2. Griffin, the Ripper, Griffin Keller sitting on that number 3 spot as they make their way around that last turn, coming on down that line. That's going to be the number 1 going to Gomalicki. The Ripper getting 2. Lawrence on 3. Hessel on 4. Reeder on 4. 13 is a semi number. 13 Expert, 4 going on out to the main. Colburn, Bettinger, Delaney, Thomas, Nicosa, Ed Marshall. Nag 13 on that number 1 of Colburn, sitting on that top spot. I got that 3, the 5, and the 7. That's going to be Bettinger, Marshall, and Delaney. Semi number 14, we got the Hot Sauce, Joseph Martin, P.J. Ramsey, Carson Allen, Ty Young, Brendan Gebhardt, and Brady O'Neill. Coming around that top side right now, that's going to be the Gold Cup number 1 of Carson Allen sitting on that top spot. I got that end of the Hot Sauce sitting on that number 2, P.J. Ramsey on that number 3, and the 12 bike of O'Neill going on out to that main event in 13 Expert. 15 is the semi number 14 Expert. Ronnie the Assassin, Kim the Assassin is at it again. He's out there on that number 1 for Box Components. It's going to be Ronnie Kim sitting on that number 1. We got some riders going down in that last turn. Ronnie Kim coming on down and across that line. It's going to be the Nyack 18 of Boyd sitting on that number 2, followed up by the 5 and the 12. That's going to be Brown on that number 3, and the 12 of Marin on that number 4. All right, as we got the next moto coming around, this is going to be semi number 16. The X-Man, we got Shea, Bryant, Finlay, Fisher, Felser, Respass, and the big crank, Ryan Scott. That's going to be Respass on that number 1 right now. It's going to be Respass and Bryant on that number 2, the Gold Cup 3, and the 4. That's going to Shea on that number 3 spot, and Felser on that number 4. All right, let's hear it for our down riders. The B and the T. "15 Expert coming on out of the gate right now. This is going to be semi number 17. 15 Expert going on out on that top side right now. That's going to be Williams. Oh, he's got company though. That's Trillo sitting on that top side. We got Williams sitting on that number 2. Making her way around. That looks like that's going to be McCabe sitting on that number 3. Mendito sitting on that number 4. Down and across the line. As they make their way down to that finish line on that top spot right now. That's going to be the 81 Trillo on that top spot. We got Williams on that 2, the 3, and the 13 of Mendito getting that number 4. And that 3 is going to be Foster Henderson getting that 3rd transfer spot out of 17. 18 is the semi number, 2nd rack of our 15X. Ooh. Sterling, Amesley, Drinker, Bailey, Pesaturo, House, Haney, and Perry. House going down in that last corner. That's going to be that 10 bike of the 10. Sterling of the 12. Haney and Amesley. Is back up on 2 wheels. He's going to roll it on out. Let's hear it for him. Racer Army, or Racer Concepts. Timothy House. All right, motor number 19, 16 Expert coming on out of the gate right now. That's going to be Hoagie Fest going for that whole shot. Oh, we got Drinker. I'm sorry, that's going to be Robbins. Powell on 3. I'm sorry, thank you very much. Powell on that 3 spot. Oh, Hobby. Oh, 3 of them going down. Hobby's still on the inside of the turn. Get up and keep rolling. Get up and keep rolling. We're looking for those spots. We got 1. He is still standing. He's coming down and around on that number 1 spot. That's going to be the 16 bike of Haas sitting on that top spot. I got that 8 of Henyo on that number 2. The Gold Cup 2. Demersky on that number 3. And Hoagie Fest picking it back up and going on out to that main. Semi number 20. We got Robbins, Biggs, Cardwell, Bramer, the Jet, and Quick Nick. That's going to be McLovin sitting on that number 2 spot. McLovin sitting on that number 2. That's going to be Bramer sitting on that number 4 spot right on that bubble. That's Big sitting on that number 1. We got McLovin sitting on that number 2 for Rival Racing as they come down and around. on that inside. That's going to be McLovin. I got that nag 20 of Big sitting on that number 1. McLovin sitting on that number 2. I got the 3 and the G. That's going to go to the Jet sitting on that number 3 spot. And Bramer going to be sitting on that number 4 in main or semi number 20. 17, 20 Expert. Semi number 21. We got the Bullet, Leto, Kaminsky, the Raptor, Rengel, and Yakelson. That's going to be Leto sitting on that number 1 spot right now. Leto coming around on that number 1 for Alto Wrecking Crew. It's going to be Leto, followed up by the 236, the 2, and Kaminsky. Semi number 22, 17, 20 Expert coming on out. We got Colin Joyce, the new guy, Cam Bramer, Evan Sinchak, the Showtime, Nicholas Schwartz, Evan Schaefer, and Matt Meekins. For Supercross, that's going to be the new guy sitting on the top spot right now. Schaefer sitting on that number 2, but it's going to be Bramer, Schaefer, 1 and 2. Making her way around that last turn, coming on down that line, looking for those last spots in the main event. It's going to be the new guy, Cam Bramer, on that number 1. I got the 9-6, the 11, and the 2-6 of Sinchak. That 9-6 going to be Schaefer sitting on that number 2. Meekins. And that 26 of Evan Sinchak going out, closing out the main events.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the number 1 rider in your state, age, and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a number 1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age, and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Hey, it's Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down.
we're starting off with our Pro Open. All right, for Velasha Sports out of Archdale, North Carolina. On the 194, Kit Burke. Out of Sarasota, Florida. On the 96, Evan Schaefer. On the National 121, out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania for Factory Answer, Justin Napper. Out of Mays Landing, New Jersey for Colt, Vans, and Criminals. On that 195, Victor Bem. Out of Phoenix, Arizona. On that 192, Jenna Sagendorf. Out of Baltimore, Maryland. On the 203, Ronnie Vance. And out of Grants Pass, Oregon, for Criminals. On that 832, Justin Malaya. Pro Open is snapping out of the gate. Oh, it's going to be Vance with a bad gate. He's hitting it on that top side right now. That's going to be Napper sitting on that number 1. Vance going down. He's sitting there hitting himself in the head like, come on, you know better than that, but it's going to be Napper sitting on that 1. We got Bem sitting on that number 2 spot. That's going to be Schaefer sitting on that number 4. Oh, they're going 3 wide. Oh, Bem was getting pushed off to the side. It's going to be Schaefer sitting on that number 1 right now, coming around that backside. Looking at that line, it's going to be Schaefer sitting on that number 1. We got Napper sitting on that 2. Bem sitting on that number 3. Malaya on that 4. All right. Moto number 4. 6 and under mixed open. We are into it now. Brantley spin to James Brantley. Gavin Toder, Christina Biskupski. We got Bain Williams, Vincent Semplace, the Blue Cheetah, and Brady Hudzik. That's going to be the Blue Cheetah sitting on that number 1 side right now. We got Christina Biskupski in that number 2 as they're heading around that backside right now. 6 and under mixed open. Ride Like a Girl sitting on that number 2. That's going to be S Squared National sitting on that number 1 right now. But Biskupski, she's got company heading into that 3rd turn. It's going to be the Blue Cheetah sitting on that number 1 spot right now. Biskupski holding on to that number 2. For Ride Like a Girl, it's going to be Christina Biskupski on 2. The Blue Cheetah on that number 1. As they come down, it's going to be the Blue Cheetah on that top spot. Biskupski, no, the 667. Biskupski and the Gold Cup 2, Bentley. Main number 5, 7-8 mixed open. Alvarez, Parkinson, Kopeski, Toscano, Cottrell, Boucher. Vicky G. We got Buggy, Eldridge. Well, as they're coming around on that top side right now, that's going to be Parkinson sitting on that number 2 spot, but on that number 1. That's going to be Eldridge sitting on that top spot. That nag 9 is going to be Eldridge sitting on that number 1. I got that 20. Parkinson sitting on that 2, and that 12 of the Slam Dunk, Boucher sitting on that number 3. Main number 6, 9, 10 mixed open. Gojo. We got Stevens, Lyles, Gross, Bindley, Hansberger, and Gilman. All right, all those down riders are up. Main number 6, 9, 10 mixed open coming on out of the gate right now. As they're making their way around, that's S Squared on that 1 and 2. That's Stevens sitting on that number 1 right now. On that nag, too, Isabella Stevens sitting on that top spot as they're coming around out of Neenah, Wisconsin. On that nag, too, it's going to be Isabella Stevens coming on down on that number 1. On that number 2 spot, that's going to be the 38 bike of Ben Lyles taking that number 2, and the 6'8 of Michael Gross picking up that number 3. Main number 7, 11-12 mixed open. We got the Juice, Jumpstart, Baby Girl, Henry Borowski, the Cannonball, Kate Claridge, Callie Lopez, Braden Bebe, and the TNT, Tristan Pingator. That's going to be the Nag 8 and the Nag 9, 1 and 2. Pingator sitting on that top spot as they come around. That's going to be Lopez. No, that's Pingator on that number 1. The R bike and the 8 of Lopez picking up that number 3. Kate Claridge sliding in there on that number 2. In main number 7, main number 8, 13-14 mixed open. Orison, Ross, Keenan, Lenudo, Stotler, Meck, and Dalton. On that number 1 for Box, that's going to be Lady Liberty. Liberty Dalton sitting on that number 1 as they're coming around that backside. It's going to be Dalton sitting on that top spot right now, trying to hold on to it. She's got company. It's going to be the 8-25 of Keenan sitting on that number 2, followed up by the 7-4 of Orison for Fat Daddy BMX. Concession is still open. Head on over there. You can grab something to eat, grab something to drink. It's about dinner time. We got the taco truck over there. All right, down rider is up. Going to ride it out. All right, main number 9, 15-16 mixed open. Jenna Davis, Jacob Jensen, Katie Brink, and Rolando Limjoko. Oh, that's going to be the monster. Heading around on that backside right now. That's going to be Jensen sitting on that top spot for Pedal Pushers Box. It's going to be Jensen sitting on number 1. We got the monster sitting on that number 3. And it's going to be Brink sitting on that number 2 spot right now. Oh, sitting on that number 1. Making moves, coming in and out of that last turn right now. Charging down to that line on that top spot. That's going to be that number 2 bike. That's going to be Katie Brink sitting on that number 1 spot. On that 2, that's going to be Jansen. And 3 going to the monster, Andy Limjoko. Main number 10, 6 and under open. We got Cruzy the Racer, the Outlaw, Gavin Ton, the Social D, Dylan Myers, and John Kerr. That's going to be on that number 1, Cruzy the Racer. Gallegos sitting on that top spot right now. Custom Calf, G2 Grace out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. On that number 1, it's going to be Cruz. Coming on down that line, taking that number 1, Cruzy the Racer. On that number 2 spot, that's going to be John Kerr. And that 3 going to the K-Bike of the Outlaw, Gavin Ton. Main number 11, 7-8 open. We got the Showman, Logan Hadley. The Mohawk, Michael Beatty. The wild card, Chance Hall, Riley Records, and Jensen Cole. All too wide, going into that 4th or 3rd turn. That's going to be Bombshell. Coming out on that top spot right now, that's going to be the wild card. Chance Hall sitting on that number 1. In and out, trying to hold on to it. That's going to be the 1 bike of Chance Hall, followed up by the 11 of Jensen Cole, sitting on that number 2, Hall, Cole, and that 17 of the Showman, Logan Hadley. Main number 12, 9-10 open. We got the Madman, Maddox Victoria, Prodigy, Preston Espelta, D.D. Ballman, Espen Wilk, Brady the King, Palmer Ward, Tegan Stiebel, and Britton Ryan. D.D. Ballman sitting on that number 2 right now. The King sitting on that number 1. It's going to be the King sitting on that top spot, heading into that last turn. We got D.D. Ballman sitting on that number 2. Stiebel sitting on that number 3 as they're pushing on down, keeping a rubber side down. Here we go. The chase is on. It's coming down. It's going to be the King sitting on that number 1. We got Ballman on that 2, and that 2-3 of Stiebel sitting on that number 3. Main number 13, 11, 12 open. Reed, the Wild Wild West, Wesley Spicer, Travis Mancuso, Tyler Hessel, Riders Ride, Ryder Lawrence, the Ripper, Griffin Keller, and Mason Hayes. That's going to be Keller on that number 1 spot right now. Hessel sitting on that number 2. Oh, Keller going down. Hessel having to go high, way around him. On that number 1 spot right now, that's going to be Ryder Lawrence. Lawrence sitting on that number 1. We got Hessel sitting on that number 2 spot. As they're coming around, oh, it's going to be Hessel sitting on that 1 right now. Tyler Hessel sitting on that top spot. I got that 1 bike of Mason Hayes sitting on that 2, followed up by Mancuso. Oh, man. Main number 14, 13, 14 open. All right, here we go with main number 14, 13, 14 open. Nolan Colburn, Sean Nikos, Alejandro Shea, and the X-Man, Alexander George. That's going to be Shea sitting on that number 1 right now. Alejandro Shea sitting on that top spot for yes. Oh, Ryder going down. That's going to be that 3 bike of George sitting on that number 2 spot. But as they come down, that Gold Cup 3, Alejandro Shea picking up that number 1 spot in the main event, 13-14 open. I got that A bike of the X-Man sitting on that number 2, and the R of Nyakosa going to be picking up that number 3. All right, we're cleaning up that 3rd turn. He's back on those wheels. There he goes. Let's hear it for him. Up and moving. Main number 15, 15, 16 open. Quick Nick Stymus. We got Preston Elliott, Tyler Wheeler, and Will Amesley. On that number 1 right now. That's going to be Quick Nick Stymus coming out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Speedco, Team Torque, and Thiva. It's going to be Quick Nick leading the pack right now. It's Quick Nick on that top side. On that number 2. Quick Nick coming down. He's looking at that number 2. I got that 20 bike of Amesley sitting on that number 2, and that 5 of Preston Elliott sitting on that number 3 with Tyler Wheeler on that number 4. Main number 16, 17, 20 open. Gavin Smith. We got the Raptor. Ezra De Leon and Mark Jackson. On that top side, that's going to be the Gold Cup 2 of the Raptor sitting on that top side. Oh, Ryder going down on that 3rd turn. It's going to be Jackson sitting on that number 2 spot. But De Leon sitting on that number 1. Jackson on that number 2. Smith sitting on that number 3. Getting back up. Going to the Raptor. Jackson and Smith. Main number 17, 10 and under girls cruiser, Kenzie Cafferty, Isabella Stevens, The Hammer, Chelsea Wilson, Chase Berry, and Christina Patrick, Izzy George, Danica Appenzeller, and Landon Berrien. There they go. That's going to be Alpha out there on that number 1 spot right now. Ooh, we got a bunch of riders going down in that second turn. There's one holding on strong. That's going to be Berrien sitting on that top spot right now. Alpha on that 1 and 2. As they make their way around that nag 10, that's going to be Landon Berrien taking that number 1 spot right now. That's how the cookies crumble. I got that 803 of Chase Berrien on that number 2 spot. And the 3 bike of the Hammer picking up that number 3 in main number 17. Main number 18, 11-12 girls cruiser, Brianne Vaughn, Sadie Herrera. We got Crazy Legs, Cameron Searfoss, Mia Custer, the Meerkat, Mia Molzan, Courtney Perry, and the baby girl, Chatham Ricks. Oh, they're all bunched up. That's going to be Sadie Herrera sitting on that number 1 right now. It looks like Custer sitting on that number 3. We got Vaughn sitting on that number 2 spot right now. As they come around on that number 1, it's still going to be that 4 bike of Sadie Herrera. Herrera going to be crossing the line on that number 1 spot. I got that nag 33, or National 33 of Vaughn sitting on that 2. Me and the Missile Custer picking up that number 3 out of main number 18. Main number 19, 13-14 girls cruiser. We got Awesome Sauce Miller, Sophia Robbins, Riley Panucci, the movie star, Marissa Lyman, Pac-Man, Isabella Nelson, Shelby Elder, Kylie Niederberger, and Kiera Maris. On that number 1 spot right now as they're coming around. That's going to be the Hyper Colors. Sitting on that number 1 spot right now of the Pac-Man. Oh, changing it up on that number 1 right now. That's going to be Niederberger sitting on that top spot. Niederberger coming on down. I got that 54 of Elder. And the 3 of the Pac-Man, Isabella Nelson, picking up that number 3 out of main number 19.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the Fit Lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age, and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
game.
Hey, it's Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down. Stay strong, be free, be who you wanna be. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age, and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Watch the gate.
Hey, it's Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down. Stay strong, be free, be who you wanna be. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
it's Lauren Reynolds. I ride S2 bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down. Stay strong, be free, be who you wanna be. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful.
Right, here we are back on track. We got our 1720 women's cruiser. Moto number 20's on the track right now. Who's that? That's going to be Sydney Slaughterback on the track. We got Haley Brown and Chloe Cappen leading the pack right now. For factory answer, that's going to be Chloe Cappen sitting on that number 1. What is on that number 2? That's going to be Slaughterback on that 2. Haley Brown on that number 3 spot as they're coming down that 4th straight. In and out of that last turn, Chloe Cappen for factory answer, still sitting on that top side. We got 1-800 Chaos on that 2. Havoc Racing, Hampton BMX going to be picking up that number 3 in main number 20. Main number 21, 2130 women's cruiser. We got La Casablanca, Rebecca Robinson, Devin Murphy, Taylor Hunt, and Lexi Alejandre. That looks like Devin Murphy sitting on that number 1 spot right now for Daylight Cycles, but she's got company on the inside. That's going to be Lexi, or on the outside. Lexi sitting on that number 2, but Murphy sitting on that number 1 right now. They're going back in for, it's Lexi and Murphy, 1 and 2. It's going to be Murphy sitting on that number 1 for Daylight Cycles. Coming on down that main number 21, it's going to be Murphy, Alejandro. And on that number 3 is going to be Rebecca Robinson. Main number 22, 31-35 women's cruiser. We got Katie Piatti. We got the F-bomb, Amanda Werner, and Ashley Della. That's Piatti on that number 1 coming out of Wilmington, Delaware for Daylight Cycles. It's going to be Piatti on that number 1. We got Della for the Bike Connection on that number 2 spot. And the F-bomb sitting on that number 3. Oh, she's going in for that number 2 spot, but it's going to be Piatti on that number 1 right now as they come down and around. Katie Piatti for Daylight Cycles sitting on that number 1. Ashley Della sitting on that number 2. The F-bomb, Amanda Warner, picking up that number 3. Main number 23. 3640 women's cruiser. We got Lightning Legs, Lisa Webb for 1-800 Chaos. We got Kira McKay Troutman on that number 3 spot, and Stephanie Blackburn on that number 2, but it's going to be Webb sitting on that number 1. Oh, it's going to be Blackburn getting moved into that number 3 spot. Troutman sitting on that number 2, but Lightning Legs, she's walking away with it right now. We're keeping the Lightning away. We already had a little drizzle cleaning up that track as they come back down around on that number 1. That's going to be Lightning Legs, Lisa Webb, 1-800 Chaos coming in on that number 1 side. We got on that number 2, that's going to be McKay Troutman, and Stephanie Blackburn on that number 3. Motor number 24, 41-45 women's cruiser. Zila De Leon, Angelina Constantino, Jennifer Lindman, and Kelly Amaris. Amaris sitting on that number 4. I got that one bike. That's going to be De Leon on that number 1. Zelia on that number 1 spot for Rocket Racing. Constantino sitting on that number 2. Lindman on that 3. Amaris sitting on that number 4 as they come in and out of that last turn right now. It's going to be De Leon for Rocket Racing sitting on that number 1. Pushing on down the line. I got that National 65 of Constantino for Velocity BMX sitting on that number 2 spot. And coming on down the line, that's going to be Lindman sitting on that number 3 with Amaris on 4. Main number 25, 4650 Women's Cruiser, Susie Levan. Turbo Tara Pettit, Connie Ramsey, Renee Albright, Teresa Lanudo, Sonia Badnick, Becky Moore, and Bianca Latham. That's Susie Levan sitting on that number 1 spot right now for Factory TNT. We got Becky Moore for Heckler Racing on that number 2 spot. Team Heckler BMX sitting on that 2. Turbo Tara Pettit sitting on that number 3. I saw this race just last week. Coming on down, it's going to be Susie Levan for Factory TNT picking up that 1. We got Becky Moore sitting on that number 2 and Turbo Tara Pettit picking up that number 3. Main number 26, 51-55 Women's Cruiser. We got Mama Marge Kaminsky, Rebecca Ely, and Suzanne Black. That's going to be Mama Marge out there on that number 1 right now. 26 is the main number. Mama Marge coming around on that top side. It's going to be Suzanne Black sitting on that number 2 and Rebecca Healy on that number 3 for Mad Cycles. But right now, Crankout sitting on that number 1 out of Eden, New York. It's Mama Marge Kaminsky sitting on that top spot. Coming out of Phoenix, Arizona for Alpha National Team. Suzanne Black going to be sitting on that number 2 spot. And Rebecca Healy for Mad Cycles out of Durham, North Carolina, picking up that number 3 in main number 26, 51-55 Women's Cruiser. 7 and under cruiser, main number 27. We got the GQ, Bryson Carroll, Mason McKee, David Crishon, the Showman, Logan Hadley, Cruzy the Racer, Clyde the Slide, and the Tomahawk, Tommy Belcher. That's going to be Clyde the Slide sitting on that number 1 right now, but he's got company. He's got 2 riders right there. That's going to be Clyde the Slide sitting on 1 on that number 2 spot. I think that's going to be McKee, but we'll see as they come on down. That's going to be the Gold Cup 1 of Clyde the Slide sitting on that top spot. On that number 2, that's going to be the 17 of the Showman. And that 2 bike, the Gold Cup 2 of Cruzy the Racer, picking up that number 3. Main number 28, 8 Cruiser. The Kid, Marshall Warner. The Natural, Landon Burr. Jake Stavropoulos, Aiden Choppiner. The Hurricane, Kai Gray, and Andrew Probert. That's going to be the Kid, Marshall Warner, sitting on that number 1 spot right now. We got Trumpeter sitting on that number 2. Stavropoulos sitting on that number 3, coming out of Miller Place, New York for Toxic Racing. But right now, 1-800 Chaos is leading the show right here. We got Black Crown sitting on that number 2 spot. 8-inch Trumpeter, Gold Cup 1 sitting on that 2nd spot. But the Kid, Marshall Warner, going to be picking up that number 1. It's going to be the Warner on that 1. Trumpeter on that 2. Down at the line, it's going to be Stavropoulos picking up that number 3 in main number 28. Main number 29, 9 Cruiser, Cole Cafferty. Espen Wilk, Jacob Greenwell, killing it, Killian Santos, Tyler Marhofer, Oliver Crane, Blake Graves, and Jackson Kopeski. Killing it, Killian Santos sitting on that number 1 right now. He's got some space between them on that back tail. That's going to be, Jacob Greenwell sitting on that number 2 spot, chasing them down. That's going to be Santos and Greenwell, 1 and 2. We got Wilk sitting on that number 3 spot as they're coming around on that number 1. It's still going to be that K-bike of Killing It, Killian Santos, followed up by that Nag 5 of Greenwell, the 5 of Wilk. Main number 30, 10 Cruiser, Spin It to Win It. We got Kevin Washington, Tegan Stibel, Brady Word, Jacob Lang, The Animal, Hayden Passanisi, The Wild Man, Mikey Tonkovich, and the Zaniacs, Aiden Robinson. on that top spot right now. That's going to be Lang sitting on Passanisi sitting on that number 1 spot right now. It's going to be Passanisi on that 1. We got Frankie Word sitting on that number 2 for Alpha. It's Passanisi, Word, and a 44, the Zaniac, Zayden Robinson. Motor number 31, 11 Cruiser, Mason Hayes. We got the Little Rocket, Justin Fuster, Chris Felker, Wild Wild West, Wesley Spicer, Jay Sterlinski, and Taylor Cole. For Mongoose on that number 1, that's going to be, the Rock 1 on that number 2. Mason Hayes sitting on that 2nd spot. Tyler Felker sitting on that number 1. It's going to be Felker coming on that 1. We got Hayes sitting on that number 2. And Sterlinski on that number 3. (32) 12 Cruiser, McCain, Delvecchio, Bruni, Marshall, Hessel, Reed, Barnhart, and Allen. Rock 1 of Riley Allen sitting on that number 1 for Factory Rift Tangent. Sitting on that top side right now for Full Tilt. Sitting on that number 2, that's going to be Bruni. Bruni sitting on that 2nd spot. Riley Allen coming out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, sitting on that number 1 as they're coming on down that last straight. It's going to be Allen sitting on that top spot. We got Bruni sitting on that number 2, and the Nag 10 of Caleb McCain sitting on that number 3. Main number 33, 13 Cruiser, PJ Ramsey. We got a little Rain Hardman, RJ Hancock, Sean Nyakosa, Aloha Joe, Brady O'Neill, Max Marshall, and Sebastian Bettinger. That's going to be Aloha Joe sitting on that number 1 right now. Drolneck sitting on that top spot. We got Bettinger sitting on that number 2 as they're coming around. That wet turn is going to be Drolneck, Bettinger, and Marshall on that number 3 as they come around that last turn. Oh, that's how it's looking. It's going to be Drolneck sitting on that number 1. We got Bettinger sitting on that number 2. Marshall on that number 3. And the Nag 3 of O'Neill picking up that number 4. Main number 34, 14 Cruiser. We got Respass, Bischoff, Sweet and Smoky, Mason Bruns, the X-Man, Alexander George, Andrew Herrera, the Undertaker, and Brendan Felser. Herrera sitting on that number 1, but he's got company right there up on that outside. That's going to be Respass sitting on that number 1. We got Respass on that top side. We got Herrera sitting on that number 2 as they're coming around. Alpha sitting on that number 3 spot. That's going to be Sweet and Smoky. Mason Bruns sitting on that number 3. Oh, they're freight training on down that last straight right now. It's going to be Respass picking up that number 1. Herrera on 2. And Bruns sitting on that number 3. Main number 35, 15 Cruiser. Henderson, Gardner, Haney, House, Ross, McGee, Mendito, and Drinkard. Ooh, riders going down. A couple riders are still staying up right there. That's going to be Gardner sitting on that number 2 spot. Henderson sitting on that number 1. It's going to be Henderson for Claiborne Bicycles and Answer BMX sitting on that top spot as they're coming on down the line. It's going to be Foster Henderson out of Alabama on that number 1. Gardner for Daylight Cycles on that number 2. And the 33 of Eric Russ picking up that number 3. Woo! Mendito done airing it out. He is back up on 2 wheels. Let's hear for our down riders. Sandito. Ooh, Xing it up. 36 is the main number 16 Cruiser. We got the Jet. Michael Maris, Ryan Kramer, Blake Powell, the Kamikaze, Kishon Johnson, John Robbins, Charlie Mayer, and Kyle Jamison. It looks like we got Alpha all up on that top side right now. Powell sitting on that number 1 spot. It's going to be Powell leading them through. We got Bramer sitting on that number 4 as they're heading on down the line right now. That Nag 6, that's going to be Powell sitting on that top spot. I got that Nag 10 of Amaris sitting on that 2. Bramer on that 3. Johnson on that 4. Main number 37, 1720 Cruiser. Sinchak, Kaminsky, and Showtime. Nicholas Schwartz. Factory TNT's out there on that number 1 spot right now. That's going to be Louis Kaminsky, the Flying Tomato, up there on that number 1. It's Kaminsky sitting on that top spot. We got Sinchak sitting on that number 2 in the Showtime, sitting on that number 3. In and out of that last turn. Sinchak trying to make a move right there on Kaminsky. Kaminsky coming on back. He's sitting on that number 1. It's going to be bar to bar down that line. It's going to be Kaminsky, Sinchak, and Schwartz. Main number 38, 2135 Cruiser. 2125. Here we go. Williams, Terrence Williams, R.J. Vargo, and Brandon Williams. On that number 2 spot, that's going to be Terrence Williams. He's sitting on that 2. On that number 3, that's going to be Beans, Brandon Williams, and R.J. Vargo sitting on that number 1 as they come down and around. That's going to be that Nag 5 of R.J. Vargo sitting on that top spot for the day. He's going to be getting a 1. I got that 7 of Terrence Williams picking up the 2 for the day. And Brandon Williams picking up that number 3 all day long. Motor number 39, 31-35 Cruiser, another total points. We got Wagner, Cook, and Sutton. 2 riders showing up. It's going to be Wagner and Cook. Wagner sitting on that number 1. Cook sitting on that number 2. As they make their way around that last turn right now, it's going to be that 14 bike and the 7 of Wagner and Cook coming on down that line. It's going to be Cook getting a 1 for this race. Wagner getting a 2. But all day long, it's going to Wagner on the 1 and Cook on the 2. Moto number 40. Moto 40, 3640 Cruiser. We got Big Wayne. We got Lambo, Nathan Grubb, DeLawan Carter, the Pink Mango, Donathan Williams, Nicholas Valencia, and Stephen Oldham. That's DeLawan out there on that number 1 spot right now. DeLawan Carter leading the pack. We got Williams on that number 2. As they're coming around, it's DeLawan for LTR sitting on that number 1. It's going to go to Carter taking that number 1. We got Sia of Williams on that 2. And the 19 of Nicholas Valencia for Supercross on that number 3. Main number 41, 41-45 Cruiser. 41-45 Cruiser. The Big G, Corey Skinner and Corey Mitchell. Skinner on that number 1 right now. Ooh, rider going down in that 3rd turn.
Who got 4th for 9 Cruiser?
As they come around, that's going to be that 7 of Corey Skinner. All right, down rider is up. Going to be riding it out. Huh? All right, 4650 Cruisers on the track right now. Main number 42. As they're coming around, we got 1 rider going down. That's going to be the man. He's going on down on that first straight, but on that top side right now, that's going to be Jeremy Thompson sitting on that number 1 for yes. We got Drew Motley sitting on that number 2, 1 and 2. It's Thompson and Motley coming around that last turn. It's still Thompson sitting on that top spot. He's trying to hold off Motley. It's Powers Bike Shop. It's going to be Thompson on 1, Motley on 2, and the 26 of Fabian Gonzalez picking up that number 3 in main number 42.
Radio.
Big been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Hey, it's Lauren Reynolds. I ride S-Squared bicycles, 3-time Bike of the Year.
I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. I need only me. I am brave, I am bold, I am beautiful. Keep your head up, wear your crown. Never let them tear you down.
All right. Here we go. Back on track. Moto number 43. '51, '55 cruiser coming on out of the gate right now. We got Terry Beam. We got Domingos Lamoglia. Tom Johnson, Jody Adams, Walter Holda, and Scott McLean. That's going to be on that top side right now as they come around that last turn. Looking at the line. That's going to be Lamgolia sitting on that number 1 on that 5.57, followed up by that 5.1 of Tom Johnson and the 1 of Jody Adams. Oh, 44 is the main number, 56 to 60 cruiser. Bill Daughtry, Scott Angus, Lawrence Dunn, and Frank Bohannon. That's going to be Daughtry on that number 1 spot right now on that 5.1 bike. He is making his way around. It's going to be Daughtry on 1 on that number 3. That's going to be Bohannon in and out of that last turn, but he's got company. I got that 5.1 of Daughtry sitting on that top spot right now. I got the nag 8 of Scott Angus sitting on that number 2, and Frank Bohannon coming in on that number 3 in motor number 44. Number 45, 5 and under novice. Brady Hudzik, the Tank, Colton Baum, Zayden Skinner, the Boogie Bomb, Cameron Records, TJ Addison, Cruisin' Colty Lyles, the Bolt, Maisie Walsler, and Brianna Windows. That's going to be Terrell Addison on that number 1 right now, but he's got company. I think that's going to be Brady Hudzik on the inside. Is that Hudzik? I think that's going to be Hudzik on that number 1 right now as they come around that last turn. Looking at the line. Through that double, sitting on that number 1. That's going to be the 2.29 of Brady Hudzik on that number 1 spot. I got the 4.07 of Terrell Addison. Oh, the nag 13 sliding in there of Zayden Skinner on that 1. Addison on that number 3. Main number 46, 6 novice. Dylan Oplokic. We got the Showtime. Luke Jennings, Shane Blackman Jr., Noel Wooten, and Bebo, Bryce Lang. On that top side right now. That looks like we got Rocket Racing sitting on that number 2. That's going to be Okloptic sitting on that 2nd spot on that number 1. That's going to be Showtime. They're going at it into that last turn. 2 riders going down. They were fighting for that number 1 position. It all changed up now. Here they come. Who's that on that number 1 side? That's going to be that 3.61 of Bebo on that top spot. Bebo sitting on that number 1. Coming out of Nova BMX. We got that 2.8 of No Wooten sitting on that number 2. And the 1.65 of Showtime. Luke Jennings picking up that number 3. All right. Main number 47, we got 7 novice. We got the Rad Dog, Ryan Santee, Beep Beep, Haley Smith, the Mighty Mouse, Addison Orison. On the inside, that's going to be Rad Dog sitting on that number 1. We got Haley Smith on that number 2 and the Mighty Mouse sitting on that number 2 now. She's sliding up in there. But on that number 1, we got Rad Dog Santee sitting on that top spot. Mighty Mouse sitting on that 2. Haley Smith sitting on that 3. In and out of that wet turn. Here they go. Turn number 3. Down that 4th straight. That's going to be the Rad Dog. Ryan Santee coming out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania on that 244 bike. Minnie Mouse, or Mighty Mouse is going for it right there, but coming on down on that number 1 spot. It's going to be that 244 of the Rad Dog, Ryan Santee. The Mighty Mouse, Orison, sitting on that number 2, and the 2-6 of Haley Smith on that number 3. Main number 48, 8 novice, we got McKay Troutman, Autumn Ben, and OV, Olivia Wooten. As Autumn Ben sitting on that number 2 spot right now. Troutman sitting on that number 1, and Wooten sitting on that number 3. That's going to be Kaylee McKay Troutman out of Westminster, Maryland, on that number 1 spot right now. Autumn Ben coming up on that number 2 spot. And Wooten sitting on that number 3. Total points, 8 novice. Moto number 48. That's going to be coming down to the line. That's going to be Troutman all day long with that number 1. Bem keeping it rubber side down, sitting on that number 2. And Wooten going to be picking up that number 3 all day long. Main number 49, 10 novice. We got the T-Bird, T. Angeletti. We got Riley Steibel, Zachary Coppage, Cooper Dawson, Nick Marchone, Logan Mathis, and Dakota Waddell. Racing down that 3rd straight right now. Here they go. 2 of them going into that 3rd turn. 2 of them coming on out. That's going to be Cooper Dawson sitting on that number 2 spot right now. That's going to be on that number 1. That's going to be that 355 of Logan Mathis. Going to be sitting on that 1. That 244 Dawson. Going to be taking that number 2, and the 820 of Coppage. Going to be taking that number 3 out of main number 49. Main number 50, 11 novice, Salvatore Cristaldi. We got the hair, Haley Candia. Canita. The cooler, Chloe Wooten. That's Salvatore Cristaldi coming out of Mays Landing, New Jersey, sitting on that number 1 spot. So far, he's got 2 1s in his pocket. It's going to be Cristaldi sitting on 1. The 13 of the cooler sitting on that number 2 spot. And the hair sitting on that number 3 for Power FX as they come. I'm backwards on that. That's going to be Salvatore Cristaldi picking up that 1. The hair going to be picking up that number 2. And the cooler on that number 3 all day long. 51-12 novice. The gunslinger sitting on, the gunslinger, Haley Barrett, Norman Molyneux, Abigail Mathis, and Sean Devilbus. As they're coming around that 3rd turn, that's going to be Molyneux on that number 1 spot right now on that 120 bike. It's going to be Nora Molyneux out of Pittsburgh for Super Duper Toy Store. On that number 2 spot, that's going to be that B-bike of Sean Devilbus coming out of Mechanicsville, Maryland for On 2 Wheels. And that number 3 going to the gunslinger, Haley Barrer. Main number 52, 13 novice, Brody Jensen, Shayla Mason, and Dustin Wilkins. On that number 1 right now, as they're coming around, that's going to be Brody Jansen. Jansen on that number 1. We got Mason sitting on that number 2. Wilkins taking over on that number 2, and Mason on that number 3 as they come around on that number 1. We got 3 riders. Main number 52, 13 novice coming on down the line. That's going to be that 275 of Dustin Wilkins. Taking that number 1, the 397 of Mason on that 2, and the 430 of Jansen on that number 3. Main number 53, 16 novice. We got Tyler Dillard, Lucian Cristaldi, and Morgan Barnhart. That's going to be Dillard on that number 1. We got Cristaldi sitting on that 2, Barnhart on that number 3 spot. out of Hagerstown, Maryland. It's going to be Tyler Dillard getting it done on that number 1 spot all day long. He is leading them through that third turn. It's going to be Cristaldi sitting on that number 2 and Barnhart on that number 3 for Answer Esquire Development out of Martinsburg, West Virginia. Coming on down, that's going to be Dillard picking up the number 1 for the day. Cristaldi on that 2. And Morgan Barnhart on that 3 all day long. Making number 54, 1720 novice, Devin McKinley, Daniel Van Dyke, and Brad Varner. That's going to be Brad Varner on that number 1 spot right now. Varner leading the pack on that number 1 spot right now for Racer's Edge. As they're coming around down that last straight, that's going to be that 374 of Brad Varner taking that number 1 spot. The 790, Devin McKinley sitting on that number 2. And Daniel Van Dyke out of Pasadena, Maryland on that number 3 in main number 54. Main number 55, 3640 novice, Gaz Hassan, Jim McLennan, and Roy Conley. That's going to be Gaz up there on that number 1 right now. Gaz leading them through. We got McLennan sitting on that number 2 spot, and Conley on that number 3. Spaced out as they come around that last turn. Main event. Main number 55, 3640 novice coming down to that line. It's going to be Gaz Hassan taking that number 1. McLennan taking that number 2. And Conley on that number 3 all day long. Just like that. Main number 56, 4650 novice. Hancock, Gardner, Green, Sosha, and Thomas the Train Moore on that number 3. That's going to be Thomas the Train for Team Heckler BMX. On that number 1, that's going to be Scott Green. Right. I think that's going to be Sasha on that number 2 spot. As they come around that last turn, Gardner sitting on that number 4. It's going to be on that number 1. The 299 of Saka on that top spot. I got Green on that 2. And Thomas the Train on that number 3. All right, here we go. Intermediate, 6 intermediates on the track right now. 6 intermediate, main number 57. It's Semplice, Caputo, Liberto, Bentley, Coins, Spinda, Max Power, Maxwell Moore, and Gavin Toder. That's going to be Caputo. The D-bike of Caputo sitting on that number 1 spot right now. 6 intermediate, 57 is the main. It's going to go to Caputo on that number 1. The 148 of Liberto. And the 667 of James Bentley picking up that number 3 out of main 57. Main number 58, 7 intermediate. Blake Windows. We got Coop Dog, Cafferty, Asher Parkinson, Caden Wagner, the Tomahawk, Tommy Belcher, Briston Carroll, LaFerrari, Mark Gusev, Ed No, Grayson Toscano. That's going to be Parkinson on that number 1 right now. He is leading them through that third straight. We got riders down and back up. It's going to be Parkinson sitting on that number 1 right now, but that's going to be Tomahawk moving over, trying to get that number 1. It's going to be Tomahawk sitting on that number 1. Belcher sitting on that top spot for Wicked Racing. Parkinson sitting on that number 2 as they're coming on down that last straight. It's going to be the Tomahawk on that number 1. We got Belcher on that 2. That 5-3 of Windows taking that number 3 out of main number 58. Congratulations, the Tomahawk. That was it. That was your class up win. Moving to the expert. Tommy the Tomahawk Belcher moving to the expert class. I'm sorry. No, I'm wrong. I apologize. I'm 1 moto ahead. There's a Belcher and a Belcher. I apologize. 8 intermediate. Here we go. 59. This is it. Duncan the slam dunk Boucher looking for that win. We got Max Moyer, Caleb Molyneux, P. Diddy, and Breck Skinner. As they come around on that number 1 side right now, we got that B bike on that top side, or the 12 bike on that number 2. It's going to be the 7-8, 7-9 of Molyneux on that number 1. Boucher heading on to tomorrow on that number 2. Main number 60, 9 intermediate, Ben Lyles. We got the Big Bacon, Benjamin Johnson, Michael Liberto, Corinne Jarrells, the bobblehead, Noah Hargrove, Lil Monster, Austin Fuller, Jesse Grubb, and Cruiser, Cruz Hansberger. Jesse Grubb sitting up on that front side right now as they're heading around down that 3rd straight. I think that was going to be Grubb sitting on that number 1. As they battle, bumping bars and saving it 3 wide coming out of that last turn. They're going to be pushing for it right now. I got that 38 of Lyles sitting on that number 1 spot. I got that 2-4 and a 1-8-2. Jesse Grubb getting that number 2. And Michael Liberto picking up that number 3 in main number 60. That's some racing right there in that 9 intermediate. 10 intermediates on the track right now. Moto number 61. We got David Hayden, Logan Weaver, MJ Gross, the Hammer, Chelsea Wilson, Brandon Morris, Samuel Cromartie, and Gerald Hart. That's going to be Brandon Morris sitting on that number 1 coming out of Harrington, Delaware. It's Morris sitting on that top spot. I think that's going to be the Hammer sitting on that number 2. Or Hayden, I'm sorry. That's going to be Hayden on that number 2 as they come around that 10 bike of Morris sitting on that top spot. I got that 2 of the Hammer on that number 2 spot. And the 7-4 of Cromartie on that number 3. Main number 62, 11 intermediate, Marsh Williams, Lily Sutherland, Kenji Transu, Evan Sosha, Nick Preston, the Bam Bam Collins, Christopher Liebig, and Cam Callow. Christopher Liebig on the number 1 spot right now. I got Sutherland sitting on that number 2. But GT Racer's Edge out of Havre de Grace, Maryland. It's Christopher Liebig on that number 1 for GT Racer Edge as they're coming on down. I got Lily Sutherland out of Dover, Pennsylvania sitting on that number 2. It's going to Liebig getting that number 1. Sutherland going to be sitting on that number 2. And on that number 3, that's going to be the 115 of Kenji Transu picking up that number 3 out of 11 intermediate. Main number 63, 12 intermediate, Henry Borowski, Braden Bebe, Justin the Juice Avila, Mikey Roy, Sylvia Calabrese, and Evan Boyle. The Gold Cup up there on that number 1. That's going to be Borowski leading them down that 3rd straight right now. Borowski sitting on that top spot. The Juice sitting on that number 2, but they're all mixing it up right now. I think that's going to be Sylvia sliding in there for Universal Coatings. Oh, she was on that number 2, but they're coming on down the line. That's going to be a Gold Cup 1 of Borowski on that top spot right now. I got that 60 bike of Evan Boyle sitting on that number 2 for Racers Army. And that number 3 going to... Is that the inside or the outside bike? That was going to be Calabrese taking that number 3. Main number 64, 13 intermediate. The Hot Rod, Connor Harless, Jackson Gillum, Travis Lehman, and Matty Transu for Velocity out there on that number 1. That's going to be the Hot Rod, Alabaster, Alabama. A lot of Ala. That's going to be that 3-6 of the Hot Rod. Harless on that number 1. The 101 of Lehman on that number 2. And the 866 of Jackson Gillum. Picking up that number 3 out of 64. 65 is the main event number. 14 intermediate is the class. We got the Coyote, Cody Oshenska, B&C Photography. You're going to see them out here today, too. Vance Keenan, Kai Archer, Christopher Orson, Luke Palmore, Isaiah Sutherland, Joseph Shaw, and Benjamin Stewart. That's Sutherland sitting on that number 1 right now. It looks like Oshenska sitting on that number 4. We got on 2 wheels of Stewart sitting on that number 3, trying to go for that number 2. He's drag racing down that last straight. Oh, they're going 3 wide. It's going to be that 2.5 of Sutherland on that number 1. I got that 8.25. The 48 of Oshenska picking up that number 3. Main number 66, 15 intermediate. Tyler Purdue, Alex Miller, Big Tasty, Hunter Sparks, Jacob Jansen, and Devin Sandridge. Jacob Jansen on that number 1 spot right now. I think that is on that number 2. I want to say that's going to be Alex. Tyler Purdue sitting on that number 2 spot as they come down. It is going to be the 2.18 of Jacob Jansen on that top spot. I got that 6.55 of Miller on that 2. And a Big Tasty picking up that number 3. Main number 67, 16 intermediate. Kyle Jamison, Jordan Carter, Bryce Skinner, and Colin Schramm. Ooh, that's Kyle Jamison up there on that number 1 spot right now. Coming out of White House Station, New Jersey, GT Racer Edge. He's sitting on that number 1 spot on that 222 bike. It's going to be Jamison sitting on that top spot right now. We got Sea Colors on that number 2 spot. That's going to be Bryce Skinner sitting on that 2 as they come in and out of that last turn. It's Kyle Jamison sitting on that 116 intermediate. Jamison going to be getting that number 1, airing it out, and on that number 2 is going to go to the 906. Colin Schramm sliding in on there on that number 2. Skinner going to be picking up that number 3. Main number 68, 17-20 intermediate. Jacob Farmer, Ryan Nadler, and Flavio Roca. That looks like Farmer on that 1 spot right now. Roca sitting on that number 2. Nadler on that number 3. As they make their way down to that line on that number 1. That's going to be the 127 of Flavio on that number 1 and the 79 of Farmer on that number 2. Nadler picking up that number 3. Main number 69, 26-35 intermediate. We got Woody Wood, Bobby Miller, Jason Hansberger, and Boogie Sparks, George Sparks. Oh, they're heading into that 3rd turn all packed together. It's going to be Wood sitting on that number 1 spot right now for Pack BMX, Lambo's Bike Shop. As they're coming down, it's Woody Wood on that number 1 spot. I got that 127 of Bobby Miller sitting on that number 2 for Crankout. It's Wood, Miller, and the 107 of Hansberger taking that number 3. Main number 70, 41-45 intermediate. We got total points on the track right now. Len Novak, Jason Avery, and Edwin Bello. Avery's out there on that number 2 spot right now. That's going to be Len Novak sitting on that number 1, Edwin Bello. That 161 bike of Len Novak, Time to Shine, coming out of Las Vegas, sitting on that top spot. We got Damaged Inc. out of Susquehanna, New Jersey, on that 6'9 bike. That's going to be Jason Avery with Edwin Bello sitting on that number 3, coming on down that line all day long, just like that. Main number 71, 46-50 intermediate. We got Clayton Marshall, the Monster, Andy Limjoko, Kill Billis, and Joey Cassidy. I swear I just saw this race last weekend for a Gold Cup qualifier. Coming on down, main number 71, 46-50 intermediate. Right now, that's going to be the Monster sitting on that top spot of Limjoko. Limjoko sitting on the 1. Marshall sitting on that 2. Kill Billis going to be airing it out.
That's her and her brother, I guess. He has 2nd place.
It's going to be that 3 bike of Limjoko taking that 1. Marshall going to be taking that number 2 spot. Kill Billis trying to slide in there on that 3. Oh, Kill Billis taking that number 2 at the line. 72, 6 girls expert. We are on to the girls right now. 6 girls expert. total points, 72. We got the Blue Cheetah, the Crazy Cat, Kalani Gray, and Christina Biskupski. The Blue Cheetah sitting on that number 1 spot right now for S Squared National. She's been sitting on those ones. We got that Gold Cup 1 of Kalani, the Crazy Cat Gray for Wicked Racing coming out of Tallmadge, Ohio. Sitting on that number 2, and the Biz, Christina Biskupski on number 3, Ride Like a Girl. As they come down and around, it's going to be the Blue Cheetah taking that number 1 for the day. On that number 2, going to the Gold Cup 1 of Gray. And Biskupski going to be taking a 3 all day long. Main number 72, or 73, 7 girls expert. We got another total points. Peyton Bruni, Callie Kopeski, and Vicky G. Ride Like a Girl out there on that number 1 spot right now. That's going to be Peyton Bruni on that number 1. I got the Nag 3 of Callie Kopeski from Burlington, North Carolina, sitting on that number 2 spot, and Vicky G on that number 3. BMX High Grade Racing as they're coming around that last turn right now. It's going to be Peyton Bruni coming out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, riding like a girl, sitting on that number 2. Whoa, mixing it up. It's going to be Kopeski on that number 1. Bruni picking up that number 2. Garcia on that 3, but all day long, it's going to Peyton Bruni on the number 1. Callie Kopeski on that number 2. Nag 5 gets that number 1. Nag 3 gets second. And the 10 bike gets the number 3. 74, 8 girls expert. Alvadrez, Gomalicki, Closer Callie, and Buggy Eldridge. As they head in and out of that last turn, coming on at us. On that top spot, that's going to be that World 3 of Gomalicki on that number 1. Bay Area BMXers, followed up by Olivia Alvarez on that National 5. And the Nag 9 of Tatum Eldridge. 75, 9 girls expert on the track. Chase Berry and Danica Appenzeller, Addison Brindley, Isabella Stevens, Sophia Wenza, and Izzy George. That's going to be Factory S Squared, Isabella Stevens on that number 1 spot right now. Stevens leading them around on that number 1. That looks like that's going to be Chase Berry, and on that number 3 and on that number 2. I'm seeing that Nag 4 of Appenzeller, but it's going to the Nag 2 of Stevens, the Nag 4, and the Nag 6 of Berry, and picking up that number 3. Main number 76, 10 girls expert, Christina Patrick, Kenzie Cafferty, Bobby Gilman, Landon Berry, and the entertainer, Jenna Miller. That's going to be Landon Berry, and on that number 1 spot right now with Bobby Gilman sitting on that number 2, coming out of Austin, Texas. As they round around that last turn right now, coming out of Montana, it's going to be Landon Berry, and taking that top spot for Alpha Colors. On that number 2, it's going to Gilman, picking up that 2nd spot. And the 8 bike of Christina Patrick going to be taking that number 3. Main number 77, 11 girls expert. Crazy Legs, Cameron Searfoss, Peyton Boyd, the Cannonball, Kate Claridge, Jumpstart, Mafi, Callie Lopez, and Mia Custer leading the pack right now. That's going to be Mia Custer. The Missile is taking off right now for Factory Black Crown. It's going to be Mia Custer out of Bridgeton, New Jersey on that number 1, rounding that last turn. It's going to be Custer holding on to that one. We got Lopez sitting on that number 2 spot, coming on down the line. It's going to be Custer, Lopez, and the R bike of the Cannonball, Kate Claridge, sliding in on that number 3 in main number 77. Main number 78, 12 girls expert, Brianne Vaughn. We got the TNT, Tristan Pingator, Sadie Herrera, Courtney Perry, and Tess Not True Bailey. That's Perry sitting on that number 1 spot right now, I believe it is. Pingator sitting on that number 2. Perry sitting on that number 3 spot as they come down in that 2 bike. That's going to be Sadie Herrera sitting on that number 1. Sadie Herrera coming in on that top spot. We got Vaughn sitting on that number 2. And the Nag 9 of Pingator on that number 3. No. Oh. All right, 79-13 girls expert. All right, we got 3 of them standing up on their own. That is good news. Unfortunately, that was Niederberger going down on that first straight. But right now on that number 1 spot, that's going to be Avery Chartrand. Chartrand on that number 1 for Hyper. As they're coming down, it's going to be Hyper sitting on that top spot. Who's going to be getting that 2 and 3? It's going to be Chartrand on that Nag 3, followed up by the Nag 10 and the Nag 9 of Bailey, picking up that 3rd spot. Main number 80, 14, girls expert. Kiara Maris, Gabby Ross, Ava Corley, Lady Liberton, Ava Yakelson, the Pac-Man, Isabella Nelson, the movie star, Marissa Lyman, and Sophia Robbins. That's going to be Ava Corley on that number 1 spot right now, coming out of La Miranda, California for throwdown. It's going to be Corley sitting on that top spot. We got Hyper on that number 2 spot. That's going to be Nelson sitting on that number 2 on that Nag 2. It's Corley, Nelson, and the Gold Cup 3 of Kiera Maris. Main number Main number 81's on the track, 15-16 girls expert. Shriver, Pulaski, Zachary, Yakelson, Davis, Kappen, Roldan, and the Blom Bomb. Battling for that number 1. That's going to be Alpha Colors. The Nag 5 and the 7 of Shriver. Shriver and Hill going at it, coming out that last turn. It's going to be on that number 1, the Nag 5. It's going to be Hill on that top spot. I got the 7 and the 8-6 of Yakelson. Piper Yakelson sliding in on that number 3. Main number 82, 17-20 women's expert, Valentina Davalos. We got Shriver and Katie Brink. Yeah, it looks like Bay Area out there on that number 1 spot right now. That's going to be Shriver sitting on that top spot as they make their way around, coming on down that Nag 3 bike. Oh, one rider going down. It's going to be the Nag 3 of Shriver on that top spot, and the 2 of Brink sitting on that number 2, Davalos. Davalos getting that number 3.
Who got second in 15-16?
I think you got 3rd. '83, 21-30 women's expert. Alejandre, Robinson, Murphy, and Ellis. 83 is on the track right now. That's going to be for Daylight Cycles. Devin Murphy sitting on that top spot out of Meridian, Connecticut. It's going to be Murphy sitting on that 1. We got S squared sitting on that number 2. Lexi Alejandre sitting on that number 2 spot out of Arizona. On that number 3 as they come around. That's going to be Ellis, Cassidy Ellis, but it's going to be that 1 of Murphy, followed up by the Rock 1 of Alejandre, and the 3-8 of Cassidy Ellis. 84 is the main number, 31-40 women's expert, Katie Piatti. We got the F-bomb, Amanda Warner. Lightning Legs, Lisa Webb. That's going to be Lightning Legs up to, oh. Yep, that's going to be Lightning Legs up there on that number 1 spot right now. Lisa Webb sitting on that top spot as they come around. We got Piatti sitting on that number 2. And the F-bomb, Amanda Warner, sitting on that number 3. 31-40 women's expert. Main number 84 coming on down that line is going to be Lightning Legs, Lisa Webb for 1-800 Chaos. Katie Piatti sitting on that number 2. And the F-bomb, Amanda Warner. 85 is the main event, number 41 and over women's expert. 85. Is the main event number at 41 and over. Women's expert Becky Moore, Chrissy Piper, Christina Sandora, and Mama Marge Kaminsky. We got Becky Moore sitting on that number 3 spot right now. Mama Marge sitting on that number 4 as they come in and out of that last turn. That's going to be that nag 1 of Chrissy Piper sitting on that top spot. I got that 4 bike of Christina. Going to get that 2. Becky Moore picking up that 3. 86 is the main event, number 5 and under expert, the Kamikaze, Jacob Colwell. We got racing Grayson Carr and Dylan Myers. They're going to be racing for that number 2 spot, but right now we got the Kamikaze for Alpha. He is leading them right now down that 3rd straight. It's going to be Colwell sitting on that top spot coming out of Queen Creek, Arizona. In and out, I got that 19 of the Social D on that number 2 spot, and Grayson Carr on that number 3. Total points coming down and around. Looking at that stripe on that 1. It's going to the Kamikaze, Jacob Colwell on that number 1. I got that nag 19 of the Social D on that number 2, and the nag 15 on that number 3 all day long. Main number 87, 6 expert. We got the Moto Slayer, Ezra Costa, the Turtle, Liam Candia, Grayson Novak, the Outlaw, Gavin Ton, John Kerr, the Atom Bomb, Cooper Baum, Cruzy the Racer. That's going to be that nag on that number 1 side right now. That's going to be the Moto Slayer sitting on that number 1 spot. John Kerr sitting on that number 2 as they come in and out. That's going to be that rock of the Cruzy the Racer sitting on that number 1 right now, but he's got that nag 1. It's going to be the nag 1, the rock 1, and the 36. Hold your slips, hold your slips. Motor number 87, motor number 87. Do not take any position slips yet. 88, 7 expert on the track. We got Peanut, Krishan, Mighty Mouse, Salerno, Bryce, Custer, Santos, and Badnick. That's Santos sitting on that number 1 spot right now. Clyde the Slide. Santos coming out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Oh, sliding on the inside, though. He's got company. He's trying to get it back, coming down that last straight. That's going to be that nag 12, or the nag 12 of Badnick, picking up that number 1. Santos on that 2. Custer on the nag 19 on that number 3. All right. It was the Rock 1 on that number 1 spot. Kerr on that number 2 with Novak on the number 3. Main number 89, 8 expert, Riley Records, Raging Adrian Pettit. We got the Mohawk, Michael Beatty, Little Machine, Andrade, the Kid, Marshall Warner, Aiden Trumpeter, Mike Avalos, and the wild card, Chance Hall. Oh, look who it is out there on that number 1 spot. Which one's that going to be? That's going to be that nag of Marshall, the Kid Warner, sitting on that number 1 spot. I got that Gold Cup 3 of Trumpeter sitting on that number 2, and the nag 15 of Andrade sitting on that number 3 out of 89. 90 is the main number. 9 expert is a class. We got Killing It, Killian Santos, Keegan Skinner, the Saladkin, Franklin Webb, Palmer Ward, Oliver Crane, Preston Espelta, the Prodigy, D.D. Ballman, and Braden Goris. D.D. Ballman sitting on that number 1 right now. We got Santos sitting on that number 2 as they're heading down that 4th straight. It's going to be D.D. Ballman for Factory Answer coming out of Woodland Park, New Jersey. Sitting on that top spot, we got Clyde the Slide. I'm sorry, Killian Santos. I always do that. It's going to be Ballman, Santos, and the Nag 9 of Keenan Skinner. On that number 3, 91-10 Expert, Brady Word, the Badinator. We got the Zaniac, Rocket Man, Elliot Pettit, Tyler Wagner, the King, Brady King, Tegan Steibel, and Jacob Lang. Oh, they are battling right now on that top side. I think that's going to be Brady Word sitting on that number 2 spot. Coming in and out of that last turn. I got the D-Bike of Robinson sitting on that number 3. Word sitting on that number 1. As they come down the line, it's going to be Wagner, followed up by the D-Bike and the A-Bike. That's going to be the Nag 12 getting that number 1. Main number 92, 11 Expert, Mancuso, Rouse, Hayes, Cole, Mendito, Norman, Felker, and Regal. That's that squared out there on that number 1 spot right now. As they come down, it's going to be Regal, Aiden Regal on that top spot, Nag 7. No, that's going to be the 90 of Felker, Regal, and Hayes. (93-12) Expert, McCain, Allen, Bruni, de Blasio, Gomalicki, Lawrence, Reeder, and Keller. Gomalicki on that number 1 right now. It's going to be Gomalicki leading the pack. Coming on down is Gomalicki getting that number 1, followed up by the Nag 3 and the Nag 9, Bruni and Allen. Main number 94, 13 Expert as they're coming around on that number 1 side. That's going to be that Gold Cup number. It's going to be the Gold Cup 1 of Allen taking that top spot. I got the N-Bike and the 7. The N-Bike going to Hot Sauce, getting that number 2, and that 7 bike of Delaney picking up that number 3. 95, 14 Expert as they come around. That's going to be the Assassin sitting on that number 1 spot right now. It's the Assassin on 1. We got Rest Pass sitting on that number 2 spot. They're battling for that number 3, but right now the Assassin coming on down that line. It's going to be Ronnie Kim getting that 1. On the number 2, it's going to be Rest Pass. And yes, BMX of Shea on that number 3. 96, 15 Expert, Williams, Trujillo, Henderson, Mendito, Sterling, Amesley, Trujillo, Pesatoro, and Haney coming on down on that number 1. That's going to be Hyper of Williams sitting on that number 1. I got the 81 of Trillo and Sterling on that number 3. 97, 16 Expert, Hobby, Henyo, Haas, Demersky, Biggs, Cardwell, Bramer, and Cerny. That's going to be Cardwell on that number 1 spot right now as they come around. Cardwell sitting on that top spot. We got that Nag 2. Oh, it's going to be the Nag 20, the 2, and the 16. The Nag 20 going to Biggs on that number 1. Cardwell on that number 2. Main number 98, 17, 20 Expert. They're breaking loose. Louis Kaminsky sitting on that number 1 right now. That's going to be Schaefer sitting on that number 2 as they're trucking on down that line. 17, 20 Expert coming on down. It's going to be Louis Kaminsky on 1. That's going to be Schaefer on that number 2 and the Raptor De Leon on that number 3. All right, our down riders are up. Going to be riding it out. Main number 99, 21, 25, Expert, Williams, Coleman, Paradine, Condi, Morgan, the Moose, and Siskoon. Battle going on for that number 1 right now on that top spot. That's going to be Condi, I believe, on that top spot right now as they come around on that top side. That's going to be that Nag 7 of Coleman on that number 1. I got Coleman on that top spot. Williams on that number 2. And the 419 of Jason Morgan picking up that number 3 out of main number 99, 2125. Main number 100, we got 2635 Expert. Hefino, Jefferson Oliveira. We got Charles Davis and the Pinelli, Robert Pettinelli. As they're coming on down, that's going to be Hefino, El Jefe, on that number 1. I got that 5-7 of Davis on that number 2. And Pettinelli picking up that number 3 in main number 100. 101. Oldham, Hardman, Johnson, Carter, Custer, Robinson, and Rojas. Oh, we got a battle going on between Custer and Carter. In and out of that last turn, it's going to be Custer sitting on that number 1 spot right now for Black Crown. It's Custer and Carter sitting on that number 2 spot. It's Black Crown, LTR, and the Nag 7 of Johnson picking up that number 3. Custer, Carter, and Johnson. All right, riders from Moto 101. That will be 3640 Expert, Moto number 101. Head over to staging. We will be rerunning that moto. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do have an animal all around in this park, it needs to be on a leash. All animals must be on a leash, including the bull. .102 coming around, Jesse Burke. We got Corey Skinner, Glenn McKinney, Mark Jackson, and the Big G as they come around on that number 1 spot right there. It's going to be Skinner battling it out with that 28 or 279. It's going to be the 8 bike of Skinner on that 1. 3640 Expert. Head back up to staging. That is moto number 101. 3640 Expert. Head back to staging. 103, 4650 Expert. Hexmer, Campbell, Motley, Gonzalez, Hatfield, Diaz, Duke, and Thompson. As they come around, that's going to be Thompson on that number 1 spot. On that number 2, that's going to be the Nag 9 and the Nag 7. That's Diaz on that number 2. Motley on that number 3. 104, 51 and over. Griggs, Johnson, Cato, McLean, Cato, DL, Dominic, Eric Coates, and Adams. As they come down, that's going to be that Nag 1 of Griggs sitting on that top spot for Razor. I got that 5-2 and the 2-2-3. That's going to be Lamgolia on that number 2 and the 5. 3640 Expert, 3640 Expert, main number 101. You need to be in staging. We will be running that. Okay, we are in the gate. We should have 7 riders up there. Custer, Greg Custer, you need to be in staging right now. Custer. Greg Custer, you need to be in staging. We will be rerunning your moto. Your main is going to be rerun.
Been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again, I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in. Yeah, flex, I just wanna win.
Make your plans for your state championship series today. State championship series are packed with tons of action and determine the overall age group champions in your state. Should you be crowned the #1 rider in your state, age and proficiency group, you'll receive a custom award and a #1 plate. Riders may also earn bonus state points by racing in single-point events. Plus, plates will be awarded for number 2 through 10 based on the number of riders in your age and proficiency group. Visit usabmx.com for details on how you can earn a state number plate.
Riders ready, watch the gate.